Are we back? Am I visible? Did I save it? Hello? Well, we might be back, but my restream chat just died. OBS is just doing its thing, I guess. There we go. Restream chat is back. Okay, fixed. Haha. Now I got it. Now I'm gotta just check to make sure the problem child, well, the one of many problem childs, is working. Nope. YouTube decided it's gonna split to another video again, because of course it did. Anyways, so that's my quick pitch. Not sponsored by anyone. I guess at most you could say I'm sponsoring myself, even though with the referral code I don't get money. But it still helps. So there we are. Let me see. Now we're gonna move on immediately to the reactions. Try to keep things moving. The second thing I'm gonna want to bring up is stuff with the Brave browser. We're going to do it after the reactions because the reactions may help demonstrate what I want to say about the Brave browser. The short version is, let us watch and see if YouTube tries to inject ads server side again. They did that last stream for 3 ads, and Brave browser was able to nuke them. So let's just see if Brave can continue to do that or not. So fingers crossed. And even if it's not a perfect showing, Brave has already proven it's worth its salt. So I will get more into those details after we do all 3 reactions. The first one, America's Airborne Beavers, Operation Beaver Drop. Yes, this actually happened. I have no idea what he's talking about this time. Let me get the window up and then I'll hit play. There we go. I have no context for this, so this is going to be weird.
This is easily one of my favorite stories of all time, and it is the epitome of it's not stupid if it works.
Oh no.
Today
That's
we're talking
always
about Operation
concerning.
Beaver Drop, that time that a bunch of World War II veterans that worked for the Idaho Fish and Game Department got assigned the task of relocating a bunch of beavers to a different habitat, and they decided that the cheapest, safest, most cost-effective way to go about that was to strap them to parachutes and throw them out of a plane. And we're gonna get
Blue Kitty, you spoke a little too soon. Apparently, they are the animal type of beavers.
Effective way to go about that was to strap them to parachutes and throw them out of a plane. And we're gonna get into it right after this ad, because I got bills. This video is brought to you by Conflict of Nations, a free online PvP military strategy game. It is based on a World War III type scenario where you get to pick your own country, or you can pick a state inside of the United States, because that's really the only way to make it fair for everybody else, otherwise America would be the instant win. Personally, I always start out as playing Iowa for obvious reasons, and my first order of business every single time is attacking Minnesota and turning them from Minnesota into Upper Iowa. They can't win a Super Bowl and they're not going to win this battle. It's an easy W. But you don't have to attack. Remember, this is a strategy game. You can be diplomatic and form an alliance with another nation and work together. I mean, you could. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna build up my army with tanks, jets, and nuclear submarines and turn my attention to Wisconsin. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. The nuclear submarines are not super helpful in Midwestern warfare, but that's the type of flexibility that Conflict of Nations allows. I've already taken over Minnesota, the land of 10,000 lakes. I'm gonna put a nuclear submarine in every one of those lakes. Anyways, if you want to give it a try, it's available on both PC and mobile, and if you use my link and discount code down below, you're gonna get 13,000 free gold and a free 1-month membership. Let's get back to the video.
That is the kind of unhinged planning that I am 100% for. That's great. All right. Chapter 1, Nice Beavers. Uh-oh.
13,000 free gold and a free 1-month membership. Let's get back to the video. All right, let's just take this from the top. Beavers, okay, one of my favorite animals. Why? Because I believe it is the animal that is most similar to humans. And I know what you're going to say. You're going to say, what about monkeys? What about apes? What about chimpanzees? They've all got thumbs.
Let me guess. they build things, which, and I don't just mean like a nest. I mean like their dams are whole big planned out structures.
And I know what you're going to say. You're going to say, what about monkeys? What about apes? What about chimpanzees? They've all got thumbs and they poke shit with sticks and they eat bananas just like people do. That's fine. I understand that they're very similar to people, but beavers are the most similar to humans in spirit. We are the only animals on the planet with the audacity to walk into a new ecosystem and be like, wow, I hate everything about this. I could A, migrate, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go with option B and change everything about the world around me to make it suit me better and fuck everybody else. Now, do
I was technically correct.
everything about the world around me to make it suit me better and fuck everybody else. Now, do I enjoy the wetlands that beavers create with their dams? No, it's not my jam. However, game recognized game, because when a beaver sees running water and is like,
"You gonna do this? Okay, fine." That's all I needed for him to do that, and it became personal with me.
it's no different than when it's July and it's hot out and I decide to turn my air conditioner on so I can domesticate the wind so that my balls aren't hot, okay? It's about changing the environment around you rather than changing yourself. Okay, it's just that species-wide main character energy of, I don't need to evolve anymore, I'm perfect how I am, I'm going to evolve the world around me to some shit that I like more. So, while I have a great childish respect for beavers, unfortunately for the beavers, between the 15, 16, 17, 1800s, their furs made dope-ass hats and they were really popular all across Europe, and the beavers were almost hunted to extinction for their pelts. Okay, and as I'm sure you can imagine, no beavers means no beaver dams means no wetlands, and no wetlands messes up the entire ecosystem. Okay, we can't have it. We got to quit killing all the beavers. So the early 1900s, people realized this. They put protections on the beavers, and we quit trying to hunt them to extinction and actually try to help encourage their population to build back up. Okay, fast forward like 50 years, 1945, 1946, right around then. All the young men that went off and fought World War II are coming back home. They got a bunch of money from fighting that war. They want to get a wife, build a house, have some kids, do people things. So they start expanding. And one of the places this happens in is a town called McCall, Idaho. And they start expanding and the town gets bigger and bigger. And eventually it displaces a bunch of beavers that have been out in the woods doing beaver things for hundreds of years. And these new beavers get displaced and they go out and they start fucking up a bunch of farmers' fields and irrigation systems. And it gets to the point that the people in the town are just going to start shooting these beavers because they're messing everything up. At this point, the Idaho Fish and Game Department, presumably also full of World War I and World War II veterans, steps in and like, no, we're not gonna kill these beavers. These guys are awesome. They do a lot for the environment. We're gonna take them. We'll move them somewhere else where they can thrive.
We're not killing beavers. We're just relocating them.
So here's the plan. They're gonna capture the
And as established, they will stay where they are and make it their new home.
We're not killing beavers. We're just relocating them.
So here's the plan. They're going to capture the beavers alive. They're going to drive them as far as they can on roads, and then they're going to pack them in on horses and mules, miles and miles into the wilderness where they're not going to be near any humans ever. And this is a complete disaster pretty much from the start. They capture the beavers alive, stick them in a cage, throw.
Where do you find a clip that specific? I don't know, but I'm very curious too. If anyone finds it, please let me know.
And this is a complete disaster pretty much from the start. They capture the beavers alive, stick them in a cage, throw them on a truck, try to drive them hours and hours into the wilderness. This is really hard on them because beavers, they're a lot like me. I like to sit in my house in the air conditioning. They like to sit in their dams in the nice, damp, wet environment to keep cool. Beavers can't keep cool on the back of an unair-conditioned truck in the mid-1940s. A lot of them are getting heat stroke, they're passing out, they're dying, they quit eating, or they get super agitated and they're very combative the entire time because they're hot. Then, even if the beavers do survive the truck ride, they're all pissed off and angry, and now they're getting strapped to a horse or a mule, and that pisses off the horse because he's got a bunch of angry beavers all over him, and now the horse is pissed off, and the whole thing just, it doesn't work. So now the Fish and Game Department is like, well, what are we gonna do? We gotta save all these beavers. We wanna get them up in the mountains so they can build their wetlands. It's gonna help protect the town from flash flooding. It's gonna prevent erosion. It's gonna be great for the environment. We gotta save these guys. And one guy at the Fish and Game Department presumably is like, I got an idea. Hear me out. We do have an awful lot of extra surplus parachutes from World War II laying around, and we've got a plane. Okay, now to us in 2024, this sounds insane, but you gotta remember, this is 1948, okay? There's no OSHA, there's no, like, rules and regulations, and it's in Idaho, which is basically the middle of nowhere at this point. Nobody's telling these guys what to do. A bunch of World War I.
You know, Nick has mentioned it a lot, but grunts tend to get up to things. I also just realized my chat isn't on screen. Come on. There we go. Yeah, this is grunts being grunts. This is, well, when you put a bunch of enlisted together, this kind of stuff happens. Doesn't matter what army it is, doesn't matter what year it is. This is how the enlisted troops act. This is how they get things done, because I don't know. There's something about grunts. And you know what? For the first time in weeks, my eye just failed. Give me a sec. We're having a great start to the stream, ain't we? But I don't get it. I mean, I guess it does take a certain kind of person to volunteer to go be a line infantryman and you know, to risk your life in that way and in that environment. But still, it's always the grunts and crafts where we're gonna do some really, really insane stuff that no one else would think of, for no other reason than we think it's the best solution, and it's easier for us to do it this way than the so-called real way.
World War II veterans are like, huh, it's actually a pretty good idea, Jimmy. You know, it did work at Normandy, and the Beavers aren't even going to have Germans shooting at them, so I mean, pretty high likelihood they'll be fine. Let's try it.
Oh no.
So, first order.
Up to I always thought it was like PTSD, just being drafted and made a grunt and going to through basic did things. But I mean, maybe, but it's like, I don't know. Because it seems like they get up to stuff like immediately. The moment they become enlisted troops, before they even finish basic, they are getting up to stuff. This comes from personally knowing 8 people who either were or still are enlisted.
Be fine. Let's try it. So, first order of business, we got to develop a box that opens up once it hits the ground and gets the beavers to the ground safely. Pretty simple. It's basically opens up.
That is an official government diagram labeled beaver dropping box. Figure 1, diagram of a box in which beaver are dropped by parachute. You gotta be kidding me. This is such a thing.
Once it hits the ground and gets the beavers to the ground safely. Pretty simple. It's basically 2 halves of a box with some holes drilled in it. They weave the rope through. Once the parachute lands, there's no more tension on the rope. The box just kind of falls open. The beavers get out and start doing beaver things. Tension on the rope. The box just kind of weave the rope.
And because they're made out of rope and wood, if something goes wrong, the beaver can just eat its way out. It won't even take an hour. It'll take like 20 minutes. Beavers just go right through wood.
Once the parachute lands, there's no more tension on the rope. The box just kind of falls open. The beavers get out and start doing beaver things. So first we're going to test it before we put any innocent beavers at risk. We're going to take some empty weights, put them in the boxes, go up in the plane, drop them over the practice field, see how it goes. Goes fine the first couple of times. Okay, let's try it with 1 beaver just for practice. So they go ahead, they pick an older male. He's out of his breeding prime, potentially dangerous to some of the younger males. If something does happen, he's lived out most of his life. They name him Geronimo because they're a bunch of meatheads and that shit's funny. So they put him in a crate, they take him up in the plane, drop him off over the practice field from 800 feet. Geronimo makes it and survives. Now, obviously, we're not going to put all our beavers in one basket because of 1 successful test run. We need multiple test runs to be certain that this is going to work. And now that Geronimo is technically our lucky beaver, he's going to do it again. So he does. Geronimo does it again and again and again, and he keeps jumping, like more than 12 jumps this beaver makes. And by the end of it, the parks employees reported that Geronimo would actually run up to them and help them put him in the crate because he was ready to go again. Ugh, this is animal abuse. And
The beaver... The beaver decided it was fun. Oh my gosh. I mean, I've seen animals decide all kinds of stuff is fun, so I can believe it, but it's just so wild because this is one of those things that you would assume would absolutely terrify the critter. This was just like, nope, this is the best time I've ever had. Oh my gosh.
help them put him in the crate because he was ready to go again. Buh! This is animal abuse, and what if one of those boxes didn't open after the parachute landed? Buh! Okay, first of all, no it isn't. I've already went over the options. A, they could stay where they were at, being displaced, and end up getting shot by farmers for
Had
messing
a
up their
beaver.
crops.
Oh, no.
B, they could spend days in transit on the truck and on a pack mule,
No.
suffering and potentially dying. Or C, we could throw them in an airplane, fly them there
And
in
the
15 minutes,
beavers.
and then throw them out the side. They can get their jump wings while they're doing their Band of Beavers reenactment, okay?
No.
It's literally the best option.
No.
Okay, secondly, why are you worried about the box not opening? Like, did you think about this at all? It's a pine box, and that's a beaver, okay? Literally the only animal in the animal kingdom known for cutting down trees with its fucking face. I have the utmost confidence that if one of those boxes malfunctions, the beaver is gonna figure it out. All right, so now they have their beaver.
I just said that. I just said that. Oh my God. That I kind of want to hear that. I won't make you guys listen to it over and over again on stream. I am listening to that rant again. That was great. This is like the beaver version of a dog stick its head out. It is. It is.
delivery method, they develop a plan. The beaver is going to figure it out. All right, so now they have their beaver delivery method. They develop a plan. They pick out a bunch of different locations all over
No
this
beaver
wooded area
area.
where they're going to be able to drop these beavers off in groups of like 3 to 5, 2 males.
Do up to. All right, fine. We're listening to that rant again because it's amazing.
He was ready to go again. Buh! This is animal abuse, and what if one of those boxes didn't open after the parachute landed? Buh! Okay, first of all, no it isn't. I've already went over the options. A, they could stay where they were at, being displaced, and end up getting shot by farmers for messing up their crops. B, they could spend days in transit on the truck and on a pack mule, suffering and potentially dying. Or C, we could throw them in an airplane, fly them there in 15 minutes, and
I
then
can't
throw
get
'em out
over
the side.
Band of
They can get their
Beavers.
jump wings while they're doing their Band of Beavers reenactment, okay? It's literally the best option. Okay, secondly, why are you worried about the box not opening? Like, did you think about this at all? It's a pine box, and that's a beaver, okay? Literally the only animal in the animal kingdom known for cutting down trees with its fucking face. I have the utmost confidence that if one of those boxes malfunctions, the beaver is gonna figure it out. All right, so now they have their beaver delivery method. They develop a plan. They pick out a bunch of different locations all over this wooded area where they're gonna be able to drop these beavers off in groups of like 3 to 5, 2 males, 3 females, 1 male, 3 females, something like that, enough that they're going to be able to rebuild their own little colonies, but they're going to be spread out enough that they're not going to congregate into one thing, and it's going to be a humongous boost to the beaver population. This is what conservation's all about. So they get that all figured out. They have the plan in place. They know the delivery method. Now they just got to go catch all the beavers. So they go back to town, catch them all. There's 76 of them. They take them back. They start loading them in crates, and they're going to take them up and them all. They know
Those beavers are just completely unbothered as they're being shoved into the crate. Look at that.
the delivery method. Now they just got to go catch all the beavers. So they go back to town, catch them all. There's 76 of them. They take them back. They start loading them in crates.
That was not a struggling beaver. It was just like, oh, look, a hole I can get out. No, get back in there. Hey, Sai. We're watching Insanity.
They're going to take them up in the plane and throw them out the side. And here's the best part about the whole thing. They filmed it.
Into the drop box. Nearly ready for that flight back into the mountains.
And this is where you can really start to see that this is a different time. I mean, look at this absolute Chad just manhandling this beaver into that crate with no safety equipment, no gloves, no eye pro, nothing. If this were modern day, that guy would have leather protective gloves up to...
Even that beaver didn't look like it was doing much struggling. It's just kind of like, no, I don't feel like being in you. No, get back in there. All right, fine. Oh my gosh.
his elbow. He'd have nothing. Beaver into that crate with no safety equipment, no gloves, no eye pro, nothing. If this were modern day, that guy would have leather protective gloves up to his elbow. He'd have safety glasses with a hard hat, with a face shield, with a leather apron. He'd have two dudes holding his hand while he did it just to make the safety guy happy. No, this is just some angry war veteran throwing a beaver into a box like it's another 8-hour workday. It's fantastic. That's it. They get the beavers loaded up on the plane. The plane takes off. They drop all the beavers in their designated drop zones. 75 out of the 76 survived. I don't know how they know this. I'm assuming they had people on the ground at the different drop locations to make sure the box is opened or that the beavers made it or whatever. But apparently the one beaver that didn't make it had somehow either slipped through the crack when the rope was loose or eaten his way out of the box after they let let it out of the plane, and the beaver was last seen standing on top of the box with the parachute above him, and he probably would have been fine, except when he got 75 feet off the ground, he decided to jump.
Are you...
So on one hand, that's kind of sad, but on the other hand, you know, natural selection. If the other 75 beavers figured it out and you didn't, it's probably on you. On a happier note, though, the boys at the fishing game...
That's such an awful way to put it. He's right, but that's such an awful way to put it. Also, yeah, the boxes weren't, well, I don't, oh my gosh. I told you they'd get out of the boxes quickly, at the very least. A little too quickly in that case. I can't believe we have records of that. I can't believe we have records of how that one beaver... I thought it was going to be the parachute didn't open, it landed in water and drowned or something. No, it just ate its way out and jumped. Oh my gosh. And it rode its way down for a while first, and then it jumped.
5 beavers figured it out and you didn't. It's probably on you. On a happier note, though, the boys at the Fish and Game Department decided to hook up their lucky beaver, Geronimo. This is posted in the Journal of Wildlife Management, Volume 14, Number 2, April of 1950. The article, Transplanting Beavers by Airplane and Parachute by Elmo W. Heater, Idaho Fish and Game Department, McCall, Idaho. And I quote, Geronimo had a priority reservation on the first ship into the hinterland, and that with 3 young females went with him. They had to hook up their boy. And he made it. Apparently they went to check in on him a couple years later, and his new colony was, and I quote, very well established. And Geronimo was not unique in that, because pretty much every drop zone ended up turning into a thriving beaver colony in the following years, because they kept tabs on this entire thing. And not only did it work, it was also super cost effective, because according to this journal, the cost of transplanting one of these colonies was $30. It was $2 for the box, $16 for the surplus cargo parachute, and the flight time, man hours, and fuel totaled to $12 for a total of $30 per colony. And just to be clear, that's the actual crazy part about this story. It's not the fact that they actually had airborne beavers to go save the environment. No, that seems pretty reasonable. The crazy part is that these guys back in the 1940s managed to get the job done, have fun, and record it, and they did it for like $300 to $500. Because we all know in modern times, if they wanted to do this, there'd have to be like a 15-year-long environmental impact study that costs the US taxpayers $25 million just so that the government could determine that if you drop beavers off in the forests, they will in fact do what beavers do. And then once the government goes ahead and says it is in fact okay to put beavers in the woods, it's going to take another 10 years for Lockheed Martin and Boeing to bid on the contract worth $100 million to relocate 100 beavers into the woods.
Is it just me, or was that the stupidest thing we've ever seen?
Sorry, I'm ranting. In conclusion, the moral of the story is if it sounds dumb, but it works, it's not that dumb, and sometimes it's ridiculously cost-effective to just let people do their job. Also, beavers are cool, and airborne beavers are even cooler, and this has been the story of America's band of beavers, the airborne paratrooper beavers that went in to save the environment. Thank you for watching.
This is wild.
Buy some merch over at thefatelectrician.com. Quack bang out.
This is so wild.
I didn't make a single vagina joke in that entire video. I'm finally maturing.
Are you kidding?
One more thing. Don't forget to go check out Conflict of Nations, okay? You get to pick your own country, mainly the United States. Otherwise, let's face it, you're just competing for second place. Don't forget to use my code down below to get the freebies. I'm going to go conquer Wisconsin. Really? Why? Because they've got spotted cow beer, and I want some.
Sure.
So we're clear, the Angry Beavers is a kids' cartoon.
That was wild. I mean, I get it now that it's been laid out to me, but I had no idea where that was going, why it was going. I just looked at that opening thumbnail and thought, all right, this is going to be something. I don't know what it's going to be, but it's going to be something. It was indeed something. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was, I love that story too. That was great. Rippy, you just missed the most amazing thing. Fat Electrician, America's Airborne Beavers, Operation Beaver Drop. Yes, this actually happened. This was wild. I am so sad you missed it. Oh my god. Either watch it or go back and watch the VOD. This is incredible. Oh my gosh. Okay, I don't think I have anything to add. That was a fun one. I enjoyed that video a lot. That was a really fun one. For now, we're going to switch to something that is going to be interesting and entertaining. Probably not quite as just crazy as this. Firearms expert reacts to Bloodborne's guns with Mr. Jonathan Ferguson. GameSpot was genius when they set up this series. They really were. This is, didn't this like save them? Weren't they a dying game news thing? And then this is specifically what got all their momentum back. Yes, I thought so. So yeah, I'm a big Soulsborne fan. Bloodborne is awesome. Jonathan Ferguson is awesome. GameSpot is awesome for doing this series. I can't wait to hear what this pops up. It's probably not going to be as wild as some of the other ones he's done. Assuming they aren't going to cover the eyeball face. The jokes about his back hurting for carrying the whole network continued for years. Yeah, I thought I remembered those. I wonder if he's going to bring up the fact that the ammunition that you as the player use in Bloodborne are Quicksilver bullets, so you're basically shooting packets of mercury, which is kind of why the guns are... That's sort of the explanation for why the guns are not so great. Because you're not shooting lead, you're shooting packets of mercury that just kind of splashes on impact.
This is Jonathan Ferguson, the keeper of firearms and artillery at the Royal Armouries Museum in the UK, which houses a collection of thousands of iconic weapons from throughout history. And on this week's episode, since the release of the Elden Ring DLC Shadow of the Erdtree has got us in the mood for Soulsborns, we're looking at some of the firearms from Bloodborne.
Apologies to the artist ahead of what I'm about to say, but that's the ugliest blunderbuss I have ever seen. Hopefully that's a badge of honour designing for this game and not a criticism per se.
We've also got another FromSoft episode in the works, so
Those
make sure to
U-clips
subscribe
are
to avoid
wild.
missing that. And of course,
I
let us
called
know
them
other games
well,
you'd
no,
like
they're
to
actually
cover in
named
the comment
U-clips, even
section
though they're
down below.
magazines, aren't
Right, over to Jonathan.
It's a pretty good looking flintlock pistol. Well, in the scheme of things, flintlock firearms in general are not done justice in many games. So in terms of the design, it's very stylized, but this, believe it or not, is based on a real design of a flintlock pistol. Turkey, the Balkans, that region, and they have a particular style of pistol in detail, but specifically that metal sort of almost handguard looking thing on the top of the barrel is purely stylistic. You don't grab it there at all, obviously. That is a real feature. And together with the decoration, maybe the shape of it, but it's hyper stylized. I do have a pistol this is actually from Kosovo. So it's not quite...
Basically a stockless carbine.
It's in the sort of right ballpark, and it gives you... It's the right sort of... This is the real version of what's in the game, but it lacks that classical Eastern European, if you like Mediterranean area decoration. And it has the basic lines of a flintlock pistol, of the flintlock pistol that we see in the game. So a really good example of a very fantasy modified real world thing. Importantly for me, it has the main bits of a flintlock present and correct. So, well, present certainly. So there's the cock. This is missing its flint, as they often are. The frizzen and the pan here. This should of course should be to use it needs to be cocked. Famously, powder in the pan and the pan closed. I don't know if the game is going to show us that. Typically, they'll be modelled in their rest state, and they'll just stay like that, and magically bullets will come out. So I'll see if I can spot that. But the recoil of these things is very low. You'll have some muzzle rise. They're fired as an extension of your arm, essentially. So the arm at full stretch for a cavalry style pistol, which is what this is. And then they've modeled the sort of to the side recoil of something like a Desert Eagle or something insanely powerful, which this isn't. This is a magical monster killing pistol though, so the recoil may well be very high. I don't know. Right, another real world inspiration here. So this is, I'm not sure what that great big lever on the side is doing. I might find out in a moment, but this basic configuration of a pistol barrel in the hilt alongside the blade of a sword. We should be able to show you an image of one of ours. I can't lay hands on it at the moment, but we have two from memory, combination gun, sword, short sword, hanger things. The gun bit, I can't get a great look at. There's some kind of mechanism running to the muzzle there, which I don't understand. There's a visible trigger inside the knuckle bow, so that there's a knuckle bow with a protruding guard on it, and then a double shell guard, which is kind of bizarre. What's going on there? It appears to be transforming. Is it an extended barrel? That's what it looks like. The barrel is extending out from the action. If you've got enough negative space inside the body, the receiver of the gun, for the barrels to be stored in it, you've done something wrong. Because you need a mechanism in there. So extending barrel guns look cool, but they don't really make any sense. The closest we've got in real life are sort of pocket pistols where you can screw a barrel on, but there's a barrel in already there. I think that's what's happening. There's a lot of kind of smoke and mirrors, almost literally here, as to what the heck's going on.
No comment. I've seen a lot of people whine about the sword gun combinations. I always thought they were neat.
Literally here, as to what the heck's going on. Gatling gun. So it's interesting that Dr. Richard Gatling exists in this universe. Undeniably cool with the big hat, the long coat, whatever weapon that is on the right arm, and then an insanely
I believe that is a pile bunker.
huge electrically driven or magically driven minigun Gatling gun thing with cases spewing out. It's complete nonsense, of course, but it's great fun. I think it does make me sad that the 1,000 round per minute, presumably rifle caliber Gatling gun does so little damage to these things, even with apparently magic bullets. So speaking of magic bullets, so I've seen two references, I think, now to Quicksilver ammunition. Now, as the chemists amongst you will know, Quicksilver is not silver. You can't just put another word in front of silver and make it silver, but more so. Quicksilver is mercury. Shooting mercury at beings that are vulnerable to silver presumably wouldn't do very much. I mean, mercury's toxic, so it wouldn't do them any favors in the long run, but I don't think it's the effect that they're going for. So I think
I do not blame him for not being familiar with the old alchemical mysticism, mythologies, whatever you want to think, whatever you want to call it. But as an alchemical element, Quicksilver, mercury, was seen as having various magical properties. And so, yes, while the notion is generally, your silver, the metal is the weapon, Quicksilver itself would have its own set of magical properties that would also make it effective against various, magical beings, it just in its own way, basically. Yes, also the idea was that it was thought to be the basis of everything and could be made into other stuff. But even before that, beyond that, however you want to look at it, just the fact that it's still seen as having magical properties, it's still going to do something to them. They're not technically limited to pure silver, as it were.
toxic, so it wouldn't do them any favors in the long run, but I don't think it's the effect that they're going for. So I think that's a bit of use of language, hoping that you're not familiar with what Quicksilver actually is. And I guess I don't see why they've invoked magical bullets in this, because the guns are so ineffective. It would make more sense, especially if you had silver bullets were super rare and they did loads of damage, and then the ordinary guns use ordinary bullets. And then it would be like Dog Soldiers, which is the best werewolf film of all time. Fight me. in which the silver bullets would be the only thing to do damage. The MP5s and the G3s and things can only drive them back, which is seemingly what we see here. And that's actually very consistent with the folklore. There's a good episode of Loadout on this, by the way, where conventional firearms are, they can buy you time, but then it's your whatever magical or species-specific weapon you're using, like a wooden stake or whatever, that can do the real damage.
We have
so
homework.
It's kind of not quite there for me on the lore side so far.
Yeah, like I said, I don't blame him for not being familiar with the alchemical stuff. It's very obscure these days. I only know about it because I am a complete nerd and am into this kind of stuff. I do not put any blame on him as a firearms expert for not knowing some of the more obscure, lesser known alchemical, why you would still use Quicksilver against anything magical. As for Bloodborne, you're using these because, as ineffective as they are, they're your ranged option. Lead doesn't do anything to these creatures.
So far. Oh, right. Here's this sort of spear arm gun thing. We have got a couple of spear, like gun spear combinations in the collection that hopefully we'll be able to show you some point. Neither of them are very similar to this, but this is much different. This is very short, almost more like a sort of road digging tool, really, with a huge spear point, or it's more like an arrowhead, really, reminding me of the EDTA glove weapon from Blade 2, which maybe it's inspired by, given the subject matter of the game. So he's using that to sort of punch in this chemical that will kill vampires. Here it just seems to be doing damage. I like the sort of wind up, showing that you're using your own muscles to drive it in, not just however it's operated.
Here we go again. Pile bunkers are a pretty obscure weapon category, and they do operate like the pile driver tool. They have a captured spear point, penetrator, something. Yeah, this is talking about armored core, but there's more than just armored core stuff. Yeah, see, they have a penetrator, armored point, that they use typically a cartridge or explosive to drive that point forward. It's intended to be a captured armor-piercing melee type weapon. And they are very obscure. They are not used in a lot of media. But I am just being a nerd and showing off what that is intended to be. Again, that's another one where it's like, yeah, it makes sense. He doesn't know what that is. I don't think anyone's ever made a functioning real life one.
Muscles to drive it in, not just however it's operated.
R&D department.
Okay, a cannon, a +5 cannon, no less, because of course large metal tubes can be upgraded somehow. Sorry, overly sarcastic there. It's RPG stuff. Large prototype firearms. I mean, this is questionably a firearm. It's literally called a cannon. It's a massive caliber. It looks like something that a non-superhuman wielder wouldn't even be able to pick up very easily. It's overly convoluted in design, I would say. Those flanges, those reinforcers, as we say, do exist. You've seen them, I'm sure. Probably walked past some in Britain because they were used as bollards latterly. This is not a bollard. This is a gun. Now, as to the actual deployment of this weapon, kind of does what you'd expect. The thing on the top that I spotted is just some sort of guard or handle and guard, more like a shield boss equivalent for a big gun. There's no visible mechanism. It just magically ignites, just like it magically reloads. It plays its role perfectly well, though. It looks like a cannon. The big cascabel and the button on the back there. If it didn't have those, we might go, doesn't really look very, very cannon-y. but it definitely does. We have a much more conventional and even bigger cannon here on a field carriage mounted rather precariously on a sort of rocky bit of terrain there, which I would not be happy with. I'm sure a gunner would be even less happy with. But the carriage is a pretty conventional design. It's fantasy, but it's not very different than a real field carriage would be of maybe the later 17th century or something. And the gun itself, likewise, it's just got too many reinforcers and they may be a bit too square edged. So let's see what the destruction of this is. Oh dear. Oh dear, that's terrible.
I was waiting for that.
I was getting all excited there about this impressive field piece, you know, the scourge of the 17th, 18th, 19th century infantrymen and cavalrymen alike, king of battle, whatever, you know, Ultima Ratio, all that nonsense. And what do we get? But boom. So whoever loaded this thing is very short on gunpowder or very short on skill, because there's hardly any gunpowder in that gun.
Yeah.
And then even the explosion of what's, I think, meant to be some sort of shell, so a hollow iron sphere with explosive within it, is kind of unimpressive as well. So I don't know if that's an in-game joke or maybe it does a lot more damage to enemies, but it's pretty disappointing.
Can mortars have more power than that cannon did?
Okay, so this has some sort of a furnace inside it, seemingly. Anyway, it's a giant impact weapon with some kind of...
Or the powder is
explosive
fulminated
effect.
mercury.
Not like a gun on a stick. Surprisingly, we do have something from our world that is a pretty close parallel to this thing. This is called the Cash Knocker. It's a bit grim, frankly. I mean, I know guns are often for killing people, but this is for humanely dispatching animals. This is a trigger, plunger, that gets hit when it impacts, and then it's a captive bolt gun. So that just shoots out part way. So it's not a firearm, it's an explosively powered impact weapon, which is what I'm seeing.
What did I just say about pile bunkers? What did I just say about pile bunkers? This is one in a hammer form. I was wrong. We have made some real ones. They're just not in the configuration that we are used to. I'm happy with myself.
Seeing here. So this has a trigger at the end of the grip, and it's about reach and positioning. But clearly, in a sort of zombie apocalypse scenario, you could swing this around and it has a hell of a lot of impact, like a big heavy hammer. And if you contact, it also has a really devastatingly powerful piston that shoots out and will crush whatever's under it. So it's I don't know what to call it. I think that's why they called it the Knocker. It's really quite alarmingly similar to what I'm seeing in front of me here, albeit without the burning magical furnace thing. And if that's not bloodborne enough for you in terms of aesthetic, how about this one? This is early 20th century, first half of the 20th century. I'm no expert on humane killers, but it definitely has that brass and wooden, nicely made look to it. It also has a conventional firearm hammer shrouded here. This fits the aesthetic better, but as far as the proportions and maybe the effect, I mean, I guess they do the same job. The more modern example is a good fit. Okay, that makes everything I've seen so far look...
Yeah, but up to pile drivers are not handheld.
Okay, that makes everything I've seen so far look conventional. A piercing rifle fired one-handed from the hip. It has some sort of crutch-style buttstock on the back, but our friend here is not interested in using that. The shape of it's very odd. I guess it's a sort of spear, half-pike rifle. I can't see how you'd shoot it accurately as a rifle. Can't see any sights. It does have the butt on it, but it almost looks like a weaponized crutch to me. I'm not sure what the sort of barbs part way down are. I guess if you are meant to be shoving that into an enemy, well, those would make it impossible to pull. Well, not impossible, I guess, but harder to pull out. Not sure what the advantage there is. I mean, historical spears have barbed points sometimes, but there's usually a reason for that. This looks more like an aesthetic choice.
I don't think I have a lot of comments on that. To technically, depending on how wide the barbs are out, even though they're positioned as if they're to stick, I guess some of them actually still acted as like a stop, so it didn't over penetrate. I'd probably have to be looking at that in real life to be able to actually measure how far out those go.
An aesthetic choice.
The wimpiest shotgun in video
This
games.
is also apparently a rifle with a gigantic wheel on the side. Impressive piece of design, but we're veering hard into the anime scale and balance weapons here. It's got a sort of sword handle and pommel, almost like a modern auto cannon look to it, but it has an octagonal barrel, which instantly says 16th, 17th, 18th century. I don't know what the great big wheel on the side does. I was tempted to say someone's misunderstood how a wheel lock works. So we've got design elements of a wheel lock. I don't have a problem with it being in this world. I mean, the wheel locks were still used for sporting purposes and well into the 19th century, and they look cool. And in many ways, they're certainly better than matchlocks, and arguably sometimes better than flintlocks as well. So it's nice to see the wheel locks in here. What's throwing me off is the gigantic cartwheel on the side. Don't know what that does. I don't think they have misunderstood that aspect of the wheel lock. I think that's some additional feature to...
I think it's supposed to be part of how it's loaded. No, so yeah, I'm a bit of a weapons nerd, both modern and historical. So I tend to get into some weird, a bit, shush. I tend to get into some weird and very obscure things.
The smaller wheel that they have modeled. What they haven't got right, exactly like the flintlock, is that the dog is just sitting here doing nothing. There's no turn of the wheel. There's no reloading process. There's no sliding pan. So it's the barest minimum of there's some sort of wheel, there's some sort of dog for the ignition system. But really they're there as visual interest. This is an old gun. This is telling you this is an old gun. There's no interest here in actually making it make sense. But hey, look at the actual weapon. Why would you care about it making sense?
Here we go.
Okay, this is interesting. I think I like where this is going. It's a sort of, well, I won't say steampunk, but fantasy Victorian flamethrower based on a sort of blowtorch / oil lamp thing. There's absolutely no need for the projector to pivot upwards on firing like that I can think of. Might not be my favorite flame effect that we've seen so far with game flamethrowers. It's a little bit kind of ephemeral. It's not that sticky, gloopy, horrifying, burning.
I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be improvised.
Done so well lately. It's an old school take on a flamethrower. It's just like blowtorch, not true effect of a flamethrower. Apologies to the artist ahead of what I'm about to say, but that's the ugliest blunderbuss I have ever seen. Hopefully that's a badge of honor designing for this game and not a criticism per se. Big, heavy, squarish, clunky barrel, oddly designed stock. Of course, the protagonist doesn't even use. I haven't got a sort of carbine blunderbuss to hand, but we've shown them before on this series, and they're blunderbuss, but a lot of them are quite delicate in terms of their
Thank
look.
you for the hydrate,
They're designed to
Rippy.
be aesthetically pleasing, to be lightweight. This is kind of the antithesis of that. It's what it's closest to really is a medieval hand cannon again, but a real size and shape one. Some of them were very large, but instead of being on a haft, big stick essentially, this has got a more conventional firearm stock. But there was never anything in history that looked like this. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that. Okay, so blunderbuss again, but in pistol form. That style of decoration on the barrel always makes me think of cheap die-cast replicas, but does exist. We have a number of things in the collection where essentially you start with more metal than you need and you chase away the metal and leave those raised bits of decoration behind. One of those things is a Lorenzoni repeater with a lever action. It's just beautifully decorated in that style. I'd be interested to know what visual reference was used to come up with that. Is it coincidence? Is it based on fantasy armor? Or did someone see an actual firearm with that style of design? and extrapolate from there. So a real blunderbuss pistol, best I could do at short notice, is missing a couple of bits, is this French piece here. As you can see, much smaller, because to be a pistol, it can't be too long and heavy. This is actually really quite light and pointable. Very exaggerated flared muzzle on this one. I think I like this more than the.
Didn't they have? Yeah, I believe he's referring to the decorations, of which casting was always iffy, especially if you weren't getting like especially if you weren't getting it done by like a really good shop. Although you may have to cast it and then do the decorations afterwards. Or, you know, like if you're getting a custom thing, they might not make the cast at all with the design. They could just cast the shape and then do a custom engraving. What am I thinking? That's the more likely answer. Oh yes, the Firearms Expert Reacts videos are incredibly informative. Jonathan Ferguson knows a lot about a lot.
Muzzle on this one. I think I like this more than the Balkan style flintlock. Just being a bit shorter, I think it makes it look more wieldy.
Ooh, I've seen some of these.
Oh, I see. So this is a volley pistol. So this is firing both barrels at once. It's then needlessly spinning around.
Tony
There's
Leo,
no
thank
clear
you.
Reason for
Holy
the
crap.
barrel cluster to spin. Spinning.
Holy crap. Thank you very much. Very appreciated. That cup is actually getting full. What is on his head? The students of the academy in this game believe in some oh man, do I have the time to get into the lore of Bloodborne? Yes, it's a cage. There are certain beliefs about the about trapping the mind, lining the brain with eyes. It gets weird. Maybe we'll do a Bloodborne lore stream sometime. We will be here for an hour just to explain that cage.
There's no clear reason for the barrel cluster to spin. Spinning barrels are a thing. They're called turnover guns or pistols or whatever they happen to be. You fire one barrel with usually with for a flintlock, the pan attached to each barrel, so you have double pans and then one lock behind it. For a wheel lock, you would have all the mechanism back here and the barrels just rotate and all you have is a pan. Point being, you either rotate the barrel to fire one shot, rotate them again to fire the second shot, or you have them fixed and you fire either one and then the other, or both at once like this is. Firing both at once and then rotating it achieves absolutely nothing. But that is a spiffy hat. Thank you all for watching the Guns of Bloodborne. That was a pretty wacky one, I'm sure you'll agree, but fun to do. We do have here at the Royal Armouries 3 museums, which you can visit, hopefully. If not, and as well, we also have a lot of social media stuff going on. I myself am on our own YouTube channel that you might like to check out if you like people babbling about guns, which is what I do there. But whatever happens, you're pretty sure to see me here again next week on GameSpot.
Yes, you can see right here, he's done a ton of this stuff, including some stuff with Gun Jesus. Yeah, I didn't know where he was going to go with that. I didn't know which ones they'd pick up. There's some other really weird ones they could have gone with this. Always good to see Jonathan Ferguson doing his thing. A+. Not much else to add there besides just another victory dance at EA pile bunkers being shown off, and I almost want to get one of those hammers just to have one. Yeah, he's done all kinds of stuff. These aren't even the wild ones. We're gonna move on to our final one, Half Tracks, the Mechanical Centaur. that won World War II from Mega Projects. We have not reacted to this guy before. I think I might have seen him before, but I can't think of where. I have not seen any of this military stuff, at least, so I don't know if this is going to be a good Up2's not happy. I'm concerned. Oh, wait, is this the guy who just gets sent scripts to read? All right, this will be interesting. I think this is the guy who just gets sent scripts to read. I will not react or give any attention to I Did a Thing. He has stolen way too many things from other creators.
Historians often like to talk in terms of weapons that won X, Y, or Z war. Sometimes such musings will be quite literal, i.e. discussions of the guns, bombs, and blades that, through their superior design and production, did the dirty work of winning a war better than any others. But other times, these pontifications will be more abstract and concern things such as logistics or economical models. For specific examples, think which truck was the most reliable and versatile, and so could move the most war materials, or which war economy maximized production the most and thus created the most weapons to fight the enemy, etc., etc. It is one of the latter such abstract examples that we're going to be looking at today. A leading weapon
I don't think this is the script guy. I think that's someone else I'm thinking of.
of World War II that was not made to engage the enemy directly, not usually anyway, but instead to form a steady and dependable backbone to wider military operations and thus play a far greater and more important role in deciding the war than any individual bomb, bullet, or blade ever could. The half-track, which, if you are wondering, is exactly what it sounds like. It's a vehicle which has a track system and something else supplementing it, usually wheels. So let's get into it.
Just before we continue with today's video, I want to tell you that it is brought to you by long-term friend of the show, Squarespace, the all-in-one website platform for entrepreneurs to stand out and succeed online. Look, whether you're just starting out or you're managing a growing brand, Squarespace makes it easy to create a beautiful website, engage with your audience, and sell anything from products to content to time, all in one place, all on your terms. Let me paint a picture for you. Imagine it's Monday morning, your business is growing and you need a website that can keep up with it. That's where Squarespace comes in. One feature that I love is the new Squarespace Blueprint. It guides you through creating a personalized website with professionally curated layouts tailored to your brand. And with their integrated SEO tools, getting discovered online has never been easier. Another fantastic feature is their comprehensive analytics. You get insights on top traffic sources, track sales metrics, and learn where to focus your engagement efforts. It's all the data you need, clearly displayed to help scale your brand. And let's not forget about Fluid Engine, Squarespace's next generation website editor. With its reimagined drag and drop technology, customizing every design detail is a breeze, whether you're on desktop or mobile. If you're looking to build or upgrade your website, check out Squarespace at squarespace.com/megaprojects for a free trial.
They are another prolific sponsor.
Megaprojects to save
Squarespace.
10% off your first
I'm
purchase
open.
of a website.
I could really use the help.
That's squarespace.com.
Up2 will be back in an hour when the ad is over.
Now back to today's video.
Half-tracks are synonymous with World War II, and for good reason, as it was the conflict in which they were used more than any other. But yet, despite this period-specific ubiquitousness, their history actually goes a canny bit further back than that, specifically to the very start of the 20th century. And more unexpectedly still, given how, in our modern lexicon, half-track is used to near universally refer to a military vehicle of some kind, half-tracks were actually originally developed as civilian vehicles, specifically as tough, go-anywhere machines that could tackle all manner of common yet annoyingly laborious industrial tasks. As for the very first one, that would be this, the mighty Lombard steam log hauler. It was first built in either 1900 or 1901, sources vary, with production continuing through to 1917, during which time 83
Thomas the Tank isn't real. Thomas the Tank can't hurt you.
units were built. As for its creator, that would be one Alvin Lombard, an American logging engineer by trade. He envisioned his creation primarily being of use during the cold winter months, when heavy buildups of snow and ice in the town of Waterville, Maine, where he plied his trade, could make it impossible to move heavy lumber through men and horses alone, and thus could completely bring production to a halt. By all accounts, it worked an absolute treat, and if you happen to be wondering about its bizarre-looking design, yes, don't worry, your eyes don't deceive you, it is basically just a a saddle tank steam locomotive plonked on top of some tracks, further fitted with a crude straight-down steering column jutting out at the front. Note further, in addition to being the first half-track, the Lombard hauler was also the first commercially successful tracked vehicle, period. Unlike many things we look at on this channel, however, where the first implementation of an idea serves as a spark that sets off a powder keg of innovation and subsequently caused ever more new and improved designs to start appearing thick and fast, no such process occurred for the half-track. Instead, the idea stayed modest in scope, with just the odd other type being made here and there, with particularly stylish examples including many of Tsar Nicholas II of Russia's personal cars, such as this one. What the idea really needed to take off was some kind of apocalyptic event that threatened the very existence of civilizations, so that money men would start chucking money at wacky new ideas such as the half-track. And what would you know? One such event just happened to be right around the corner, a little international spat that you might know as World War I. Naturally, with terrible ground conditions kind of being World War I's thing, the military adoption of a half-track was inevitable, and it came in the form of the Holt Caterpillar tractor, an originally pre-war tracked tractor model that the British bunged a front wheel on for military use and employed as an artillery mover. They also gave them out to all their friends, and so it also found its way into French, American, and Belgian service. All in all, the Brits produced about 3,000 of these come the war's end. Further to that, given their experience with Tsar Nicholas's personal garage, the Russians also supposedly retrofitted 182 of their Austin armored cars as half-tracks, but take this claim with a pinch of salt, because as much as we could find the claim written down easy enough, we couldn't find a single photo we could be sure was from World War I and not from the later Russian Civil War. If you're wondering what these may have looked like, however, here is one of the aforementioned Civil War era ones. Behold. And that was about it for World War I era half-tracks.
My understanding, regardless of which time period they were built, is that because of their issues with things like traction, they actually performed better when converted to half tracks, because their wheels just couldn't take it on their own as armored cars.
Tracks, and make no mistake, the half-tracked military Holt tractor had thoroughly vindicated the concept, and as a result, there wasn't a military on Earth that doubted their utility. But alas, the enthusiasm to really grasp the half-track by the horns just wasn't there. This is typically ascribed to being down to a perception that half-tracks, with their 50-50 nature, were unnecessarily complicated, and so one would just be better off going with a pure tracked vehicle, such as the American Model 1917 5-ton artillery tractor, or the British Hornsby tractor for heavy pulling duties instead. Now that changed in the interwar years though, and suddenly, finally, new half-track designs began appearing with some degree of frequency across the civilian world, with examples including the American Lynn tractor, full production of which began just after the end of World War I in late 1918, and the Canadian so-called Bombardier half-track system, which was offered throughout the period to retrofit a range of nominally wheeled vehicles into half-tracks, everything from tractors to mail trucks to buses.
I have, and I just didn't realize that.
Also started to become more prevalent in the military sphere in the interwar years, with examples being the French Citroën P17 from 1921, the unit's P107 from 1934, the Polish C4P from 1935. These were all used in every utility role imaginable. There's troop transports, artillery tractors, recovery vehicles, trucks, any time or place that a military needed something moving somewhere through crap terrain, it was increasing.
Watch when World War II starts. I wonder if he's going to show any of the Finnish ones stealing Russian equipment, because that was a thing.
Half-tracks that were filling that duty. Note, however, they never fully replaced old-school trucks and tractors with any army, no matter how popular they became. They were still fundamentally niche as a transport solution in that period. And just as we saw with those early Russian Austin armored cars, which many have been retrofitted as half-tracks in World War I, but certainly were in the Civil War, armed half-tracks also became more and more common among mechanized units as the interwar years rolled on, where, much like a light tank, they were highly valued for their ability to move comparatively quickly and get over nearly any terrain. Examples here include the French AMC Schneider P16 from 1928, the Soviet Union's BA-30 from 1937. Now, that was all well and good, but as we just said, half-tracks, although becoming more popular, were always something of a sideshow during the interwar years. It would take till World War II for them to really come into their own. So now, let's bring this chapter to a close and move forward.
Unfortunately, they didn't last much farther beyond World War II, except for certain very specific applications. Spoiler.
Alright, before we get to World War II, let's get something important said and done that will serve as vital later context. That being, what is it about half-tracks that makes them so good anyway? The design of half-track vehicles cleverly merges the advantageous features of both wheeled and tracked systems in a single platform. The use of tracks at the rear of these vehicles enables comparatively excellent traction compared to pure wheels, particularly in softer, more uneven terrains where wheels might bog down no matter how big and chunky. This is due to the tracks distributing the vehicle's weight more evenly across a larger surface area, minimizing the ground pressure and thus preventing the vehicle from sinking into muddy, snowy, or sandy ground. The front wheels, on the other hand, provide key benefits in terms of maneuverability and control. Unlike tracks, which can make steering cumbersome and slow, particularly on the clunky old track systems of the black and white days, wheels allow for sharper and more responsive turns, particularly on
Of the black... I'm sure he's just talking about the film, but that makes it sound like he thinks the world used to be in black and white until colored film was invented. I'm sorry, but it does.
track systems of the black and white days, wheels allow for sharper and more responsive turns, particularly on firmer surfaces. This feature is vital for navigating through mixed terrains where conditions can vary dramatically, such as country roads, which in certain locales can vary between paved and unpaved at the drop of a hat. Wheels also generally allow for higher operational speeds on roads, making half-tracks faster and more efficient on structured paths than fully tracked vehicles. Additionally, half-tracks are typically easier and less costly to maintain than fully tracked vehicles. The complexity associated with tracks is limited to just one part of the vehicle, and what's more, thanks to that, the track mechanism is also significantly smaller than it would be if the vehicle is built with pure tracks, which reduces potential points of failure and thus increases reliability. Moreover, the stability offered by the rear tracks also enhances the load-carrying capability of half-tracks as compared to purely wheeled vehicles, making them more versatile. They can effectively transport troops, tow artillery, and serve as platforms for mounting heavy equipment or weapons. Simple enough, right? So let's move on and have a look at the half-track in World War II.
You know, we had
many nations had incorporated half-tracks into their militaries come World War II, but three nations in particular really went for it: the US, Germany, and France. Now, we won't worry too much about France since they were knocked out of the war early on, but here's a quick blitz for some of their main models, just so you have a base understanding of how broadly they used them. The 1929 P-17, which we have already met, of which 1,442 were produced both for the French, Belgian, and later the German militaries, with production continuing during the occupation. Similarly, the 1934 P-107, which we've already seen, remained in service during the war years. 3,276 of them were made in all, and it doesn't appear as though the Germans continued to produce this one, although they did use captured stocks extensively. As for the new, to us ones, they also used the Samoa MCG from 1938, of which they made 345. There was also the UNIC TU-1 from 1939, which, thanks to its late introduction, only saw 236 units produced. And finally, also from 1939, was the Samoa MCL. Details about this one are really few and far between, and it appears as though no more than 15 had been made before France's surrender. As for Germany, who we simply must focus in on more depth, they utilized a simply dizzying array of half-tracks. Partly the vast and eclectic mix of vehicles was due to inherent inefficiencies of Nazi war production, which saw mixed contracts being given out to competing companies left and right rather than simply standardizing on a few individual designs and fine-tuning its industrial apparatus to pump them out en masse, but also this was due to their hyper-specific military doctrine, which called for super-specialized machines for individual tasks rather than simply pumping out do-it-all machines that were good enough to get the job done. Of this crazy spread of half-tracks, we can break them down into two broad categories: armored and unarmored. Sadly, due to time constraints, we will have to race through the list of unarmored half-tracks because it really is a crazy amount. There was the SDKFZ-10, launched in 1938. It served primarily as a prime mover for light anti-aircraft and anti-tank guns. Give or take 14,000 of these were made. The SDKFZ-11, introduced in 1938, this vehicle was mainly used to tow medium artillery like the 10.5cm LEF H-18 howitzer. Around 9,000 of these ones were produced. The SDKFZ-6, introduced in 1939, 1934 used for towing heavier artillery. About 3,500 of these were pumped out of factories. The SD-KFZ-7, first introduced in 1938, served as a...
These interleaved track systems look cool, have great weight distribution. They are a nightmare to maintain. They are seriously awful. They jam up. Mud can stop these things. They jam up. If they take a shot, they get completely frozen from being bent in on each other. And if you need to maintain anything outside of these front wheels, you have to take off everything in front of them. These are a nightmare.
Prime mover for heavy artillery such as the 8.8cm flat gun. Roughly 12,000 of these were produced. The SD-KFZ-8, introduced in 1939, this heavy-duty vehicle was used to tow very large guns like the 21cm Mauser 18, and around 4,000 of them were made. The SD-KFZ-9, Farmo, first seen in 1938, it was the largest half-track vehicle used by Germany, primarily for recovering heavy equipment and as a heavy artillery tractor. Somewhere in the region of 2,500 of these beasts were made. The Mortier, these modified trucks with half-track configurations, were developed during the war in 1943 to handle the Russian terrain. A little under 21,000 were made. The Schwere Wehrmachtsschlepper, SWS, introduced in late 1943, used primarily for towing and as a platform for rocket launchers. Barely 1,000 of these models were produced. And to round off Germany's unarmored models, they also had this mad little thing, the SD-KFZ-2, better known as the Kettenkrad. This half-track motorbike, the only one ever designed that we're aware of, was made in 1939 and was intended to be an airborne artillery tractor, one able to squeeze into Luftwaffe's gliders, but it ended up being used to do everything from cable laying to towing aircraft around airfields come the war's end. As for the armored half-tracks, there were two main models of them that we need to concern ourselves with, the SD-KFZ 251 and 250. The 251, commonly known as the Hanomag after the company that designed it, was produced for the full length of the war from just before its outbreak in 1939 right the way through to Germany's surrender in 1945. Primarily, it was used to transport Panzer Grenadiers, Germany's mechanized infantry, into combat in safety, or at least more safety than would be provided by the unarmored SD-KFZ-11 upon which it was based. Its design essentially being an 11's chassis with an armored box plonked on top and a couple of machine gun mounts bolted over the top to allow it to cover deploying infantry. It would also be further specialized into many more sub-variants for other tasks, with notable examples including the 251/9, which came equipped with a 75mm L24 low-velocity cannon poking out of the top on the same sort of pedestal mounting as was found in a Stug 3 assault gun. This was not designed to take on tanks, as any serious cannon would have gone through the 251S's 14.5mm armor plate like a knife through butter. Instead, it was intended to just lay down some high explosive rounds as the Panzer Grenadiers deployed, taking the heat off them in that vulnerable moment. There was also the 251/12, an artillery variant which came with 6 side-mounted wooden frames able to launch either 280mm or 320mm rockets. A simple enough idea here. As it advanced, it could empty said rockets into the targeted deployment area, thus making the soon-to-be dropped-off infantry's job a lot easier. And finally for us, but no means finally overall, there was also the 251/22. This, like the 251/9, came with a whopping gate cannon poking out, specifically a 75mm Pak 40 and...
There was a bang outside. There was a very loud bang outside. It's not dark enough to be fireworks. I don't know, maybe it was fireworks. But I'm just checking my cameras quick. Because whatever it was like really loud. I've had multiple break-in attempts, so I'm a little paranoid. Just want to make sure that things are okay. Thankfully, they were just attempts, not any actual, anyone making it in. Holy crap. I'm not sure if that was a firework or what it was. It was a very bright light. Unfortunately, none of the cameras were looking at it because it wasn't on my property. Not sure what that was. Well, just gonna check one last thing just to be safe. But whatever it wasn't on my property. There's a bright flash in the timestamp. My cameras weren't looking at it. Could have been a firework, could have been something else. I am not entirely sure. So sorry for the interruption. Like I said, I have had some things happen that I want to be sure just in case. Continuing on with the half tracks.
Anti-tank cannon. Also the 251/22. This, like the 251/9, came with a whopping 8 cannon poking out, specifically a 75mm Pak 40 anti-tank cannon. But like the 9, this was intended to take on tanks. How, you ask? Exclusively with well set up ambushes and lots of jumping out and running away if said enemy tank survived and started to turn its turret towards you. All in all, give or take 15,000 251s were made come the war's end across all variants, and by most available accounts it was a competent machine that did what was asked of it perfectly well, albeit one that was unnecessarily expensive to produce and maintain thanks to its hideously overcomplicated overlapping suspension system. As for the SDKFZ 250, it was very much the 251's little brother, being both younger, having been produced from 1941 through to the war's end, and shorter by 4 feet or so. And just like the 251, it was also a normal unarmored half-track with the metal blocks plonked on top, specifically an SDKFZ-10. The similarities didn't stop there either, as generally speaking, it was also used in the exact same way as its bigger brother, just in a cheaper, easier to mass-produce way. It also had the exact same armor value, 14.5mm at its thickest point. 6,628 250s were produced in total, and once again, it also had its fair share of sub-variants for specific roles, with notable examples being the 250/11, which sported a 28mm Panzer Busch 41 anti-tank gun. When it comes to the US, however, mercifully, their roster of half-tracks was much more streamlined, with there only being 2 major models that we need to concern ourselves with, the M2 and the M3. The former one was initially designed as an armored vehicle that could support both reconnaissance roles and artillery towing, as well as accommodate 8 passengers, when it was called upon for good old-fashioned troop ferrying. Although, note, like the 251 and 250, it was armored against small arms fire, not tanks, as it only sported 12mm of armor at its thickest point. Over 13,000 of the M2 and its variants were produced during the war by manufacturers such as the White Motor Company, Autocar, Diamond T Motor Company. The vehicle saw extensive service in all all major theaters of World War II, including North Africa, Europe, and the Pacific. The M2 half-track was especially effective in the North African campaign, where its mobility and versatility were crucial in the vast desert landscapes. But ultimately, the M2 was but a sideshow compared to the M3, which was the American half-track of the war. Entering production in 1941, its development was spurred by the need for effective tank infantry cooperation, a lesson starkly highlighted both by the shortcomings of American tank units during World War I, which had often been disparate and disorganized, and the catastrophic collapse of the French army during the Nazi invasion, which had been caused in no small part by the French army's inability to act quickly on the tactical level, thanks to its infantry being unable to keep up with its tanks. By giving huge swaths of its army a tank-based armored box to be ferried about in, they hoped to avoid the same fate befalling them. And of course, once again, not armored against tanks, only small stuff, blah blah blah, as it too only sported 12mm of armor at its thickest. The M2 was also designed with this in mind, but it was far too small to be properly effective, as squads would have to be divided up across multiple M2s, but the M3, which was able to fit 12 men in the back, yes, that was what is about deploying a full squad of men in one go, all of whom had just been told by their sergeant exactly what they were going to be doing when they jumped out. Little details like that make a big deal in war. And naturally, the M3 also had its fair share of weird and wacky variants to increase its utility, with notable examples being the T-48, which sported a 57mm M1 anti-tank cannon, and the M16, which had 4 M250 cals on the back for short-range anti-air duties. The brass, for their part, couldn't have been more pleased with the M3, which they by and large considered an absolute godsend. This attitude is best reflected in its production figures, 65,000 units in total. So yeah, it's fair to say that while it never fully replaced the good old-fashioned wheeled truck in World War II, it was still a big deal. Alas, though, all good things must come to an end, and the half-track is no different. The intrinsic utility of the half-track that we discussed a couple of chapters back still remained, of course, but two things had happened that by and large made them surplus to requirements. Remember the crap steering of pure-tracked vehicles that we discussed earlier? Yeah, that wasn't really a thing anymore, thanks to improving technology, and secondly, the fact that the world wasn't locked in an all-out total war for survival anymore meant that militaries could splurge a bit and treat themselves to pure-tracked vehicles more regularly, since they'd be buying less of them. This led to the end of the half-track in the personnel carrier role, its mainstay, in favor of vehicles such as the American M113, the British FV432, and the Soviet MTLB. With it losing its leading role, all of those other secondary variants and roles went with it. Although, note this is only a general rule, and of course specific conditions existed in different militaries that deviated from this general trend. For example, the half-track clung in there for a while longer with certain militaries, with the M2 remaining in service in Argentina until 2006, the M3 with Israel until 2008, and the 251 with Czechoslovakia until 1989. But in real terms, they were gone and replaced come the mid-Cold War. These exceptions just being little historical quirks and flukes here and there. And just to finish on a real exceptional note, there was even an attempt to revive the half-track in the 1990s with the VXO amphibious half-track, a joint collaboration between Finland and, of all places, Liechtenstein.
Of course it's Finland.
But alas, nothing came of this effort.
Yeah, he did not show any stealing any Russian equipment. I am going to see if I can find it. Neat, not a great reaction because it's very matter of fact. But informative, and I do like that description of a mechanical centaur at the very least. Is Google going to be a pain this again? Up2 does not like British people. Okay, I am now convinced that that problem was Google throwing a fit over Brave blocking the ads, because I have not been able to replicate that without that happening. I cannot find any of the videos or pictures quickly, and I'm not going to make us sit around here for forever. There you have so many Brits on so close to. Oh, I don't know if I want to say that out loud on stream. Anyways, but that does bring me to. That does bring me to the other thing I wanted to talk about before we go to break and then on to the surprise game for today, which is Brave Browser. Didn't happen this stream, happened last stream. You can see it if you watch there. It is a privacy-focused browser with built-in ad blocking and tracking blocking that among the many things that it does is it is thus far, in my experience, the single best way to block intrusive ads, including all the nonsense that YouTube has been doing. I got 3 ad-injected, server-side stream-injected ads on the last stream, and Brave blocked all of them. I do not have a referral link for this, so you're just going to have to go look and download. I highly recommend it for this reason. However, where it is a little self-serving for me is the fact that through Brave, you can actually support streamers and other content creators. Now, it only links to a couple sites, but as a content creator, you can go in and enter the Brave Creator Program. And it works for YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Reddit, Vimeo, and if you actually have your own private site that you can access things like its domain backside information in order to put in the integration. And how this works is with Brave, you can lock, as a viewer, you can block regular ads, but you can turn on Brave ads where they don't inject it into your site. They're on a new page when you open it. They pop up in your notifications. You can control how aggressive or how much it leaves you alone. So you can control your ad rate, and they're very unobtrusive. Brave attempts to implement a vetting process, unlike a lot of other ad services. Now, they're still ads. They're not perfect, but it does at least attempt to vet them on some level. So, you know, and what happens is when you're watching a creator who is part of the creator program and an ad pops up, it will actually pay both the creator, and it will put some of that pay into a little token store for you, which, yes, hear me out, it does use something called basic attention token. It does this for a number of reasons, one of which is simplification, one of which is not having to deal with regional pay requirements and standards in terms of how you have to handle money just by running off of, yes, a crypto. But you don't have to deal with it. You can just hit auto contribute, and then the half that it pays you will automatically look at all the Brave creators that you have watched throughout the month in the cycle, and split up the remaining pay among them. You can also sit on it. You can withdraw it for yourself. You can set it up for manual donations for whoever you want. It gives a bunch of options, or you could just turn it off and not deal with it and just enjoy the privacy functions. But I figured I'd bring that up again with some of this ad blocking stuff that we had, especially last stream, as well as I'm not getting sponsors, shill something that, yes, does help benefit me, but other content creators see this, sign up for the content creation program. You can also benefit from this. So that is that spiel. I think on average, just for transparency, I get like $2 a month roughly from that. Okay, that is my Brave spiel. I probably will put together a better guide or something on it later in video form. Maybe I'll do that also for filler if I have time. We'll have to see. I'm going to take a short break, and then we're going to jump into our game for tonight, and you guys will get to see what I have cooked up. In the meantime, I will see you guys in a couple minutes. This says a lot that the most common holiday around the world is the day a nation got its independence from British. Good grief. All right, I return. Indeed, anyone who is familiar with this is going to know where we're going with this. Ah, thank you for the lemon rippy. Let me just add that quick. Right, this is one of those games. Thank you. There we go. Nikki or Nike, goddess of victory. Someone somewhere is cringing. Ah, boy. Those of you who don't know are about to find out. Oh, wait, I gotta... There we go. Turn the, just in the air conditioner a little bit. Excuse me. All right. Nikkei, okay. I've not played this. I've seen a little bit of it. Thou will suffer. Your will to suffer knows no bounds. Yes, this is one all the VTubers are doing, which is why I am kicking myself over not having done this, thought of this as the reward stream, given the content in it.
Please respond. We've been shot down. BA-01 down. BA-01. Useless piece of... Commander, I can't get through to the Ark. Commander? No, they're going into cardiac arrest.
Well, given the positioning. Not while I'm on your lap.
Commander, are you okay? Can you hear me? Smile if you can hear me.
All right, I smiled.
Finally, can you tell me which section you're from?
Central Government, Nikkei Management Department.
All right then, up and at 'em. Raise your arms up.
Did we die before the game even started? Yes. And I figured, since the $100 donation came in anonymously off stream, I'm just gotta assume that the best reward is fan service. Okay.
TR cleared. Great. Everything is normal. Commander, can you hear me?
I figured up to it'll let me know if it was up to. Also probably done it on stream. I'm just guessing. Plus, hopefully other viewers will enjoy it.
We were attacked en route to our destination. The transport ship is down. Any Rapture within a 100-mile radius must have heard that explosion and is headed our way. I realize this is all a bit sudden, but I am now under your command. You're giving me orders.
Yes, give the person who just died command.
Can you do it?
I'll give it a shot.
Yes, Commander. Time to get to work. Keep your head down. Please don't worry. I will protect you. No matter what happens. Marion activating combat mode.
Here we go.
Engaging.
Is this gonna get me more viewers or less viewers?
Commander,
Yeah, I've seen a little bit of this game, though. This is my first time playing it. If you stop shooting and runs out, she will reload automatically. I would think more. I have not actually seen much of this game, just enough to kind of know what I'm getting into. In your fight against raptures, you will encounter high-ranking enemies act as leaders. These are your targets. Defeat these targets to achieve victory. Very interesting firing position, but that's also kind of the point, I think.
All enemies down. Transitioning to non-combat state.
I don't think anything's changed besides how you're holding the gun. Hold up. I'm looking at this glove. At first, I thought it was like an upper half glove and a lower half glove, but it kind of looks like the glove melds into her hand. The pseudo-intellectual fallacy of a spin-off religion is coming. I will protect you by being scantily clad and relinquishing autonomy. Well, I kind of knew what I was fighting with this game. Are you hurt?
I suppose you could say that. Hurt. Or rather, malfunctioning.
Okay, I didn't actually think about that. These are probably like ship girls, only not ships. Right. Suddenly glove melding into hand makes a little more sense. That's like a burn or something.
Either way, my mobility hasn't been affected.
The glove is made by Novel AI. Start bandaging Marion's leg.
Commander, this isn't of much use to Anike.
I don't know why I didn't think that they weren't robots. I can approve of, Anyways.
Nonetheless, I appreciate the gesture. Thank you, Commander. I thought you'd be more of a rough and tumble kind of person. Let's keep moving. The rendezvous point should be close by.
The VA knows exactly what they're doing. The VA understood the assignment. Ooh. A neat little area map.
Moving.
Oh!
Moving.
I didn't realize that you could actually...
Moving.
I thought this is going to be like those tracks where it's like, okay, click on the next one, click on the next one.
Moving.
That's kind of neat. Can you do anything around here? Well, I'm in a tutorial area, so probably not.
Moving.
I want to know if her jacket is clothing or part of her, because that flapping is unnatural.
Moving.
True, there's some interesting options there.
Moving.
Also, this, like many games, has to use live 2D for their characters, so we really are playing a VTuber game.
Moving. Moving.
Oh, wait, no.
Moving. Moving. Yes, Commander.
Okay, so if you click and hold, you can see where...
Moving.
Right, and I can't just go across it. Okay. Reach rendezvous point, stop, start. Wait, battle way right.
Moving.
Well, it depends. I mean, depending on how you're building your robot,
Are you feeling all right?
you could just integrate the clothes, because that's not what they're designed for. Little dizzy, but
Your
fine.
heart had stopped back there, but I managed to resuscitate you. If you're tired of walking, I can carry you.
Hear me out. I'm okay. No!
Really, carrying you is like lifting a feather for me.
Hear me out.
Come on.
Oh, this is gonna happen anyways. No! That is the wrong answer! That is the wrong... Oh.
If you insist. In that case...
Okay.
At least hold on to me a bit. Let me know if you need a rest.
Keep that in mind.
Roger. Let's keep moving then. We've got raptures up ahead. I don't see any way around them. Stay here and wait for me.
Well, I mean, there was just going across the sidewalk.
This will all be over soon.
Well, that can get ominous quick.
I will protect you. I promise.
This is like some kind of P90, I think. Because I'm that kind of nerd.
Hang in there, Commander.
Okay, I was a little slow on the draw there.
I can't keep this up. Whoa! Ow! We did it!
So battle aggressive squad will enter burst mode, and burst skills will become available. Burst skills before burst mode ends.
I will protect you, Commander.
Okay.
Reload.
Okay, it's not a P90. It's some kind of bullpup with a big drum.
I can't keep this up. Hang in there,
Ow.
Commander.
Man. No, it's definitely not a Tavor.
Excellent strategy, Commander.
Not really. I think I got you hurt a lot, and I apologize for that. This is a fan service game, and we're going to end up nerding over the guns.
Moving. 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 Encounter. Moving. It should be somewhere around here.
Okay, so she's got an add-on forward grip, a very large barrel and muzzle, and only because this is live 2D will I forgive the flex that's going on there. That does not look like a gas tube. That actually looks like a part of a laser sight. Or possibly a laser targeter.
Huh? Where is everyone? Did the plan change after the transport ship crashed? Gunfire! Let's go check it out!
How long are we going to wait here?
Oh, here we go. Seems on brand. All right. Okay. These are new squad mates, I guess.
Until they come. We're sitting ducks out here. We'll wait until they come.
I need to change Twitch. Because someone is going to get mad at me again.
see how hard they went down? You saw that explosion. What are the odds of them coming out of that alive?
Right, she wants to leave us, she wants to help us. Got you. I know who to like now.
We haven't received any confirmation of death.
What? So we're waiting here until we do?
She fired that can, she'd lose structural support of upper bracing or this thing. I was going to assume that that was like a big suppressor or something, and then she has that for ammunition.
This is the rendezvous point. Leaving here would throw a wrench into the works.
This is absurd. Everyone! You scared me.
I'm Marion. The commander is here with me.
Are you serious? How did you survive that explosion?
I didn't.
I get that you're an EK, but isn't that one a human?
True, those are probably grenades, but
Something's fishy about this.
I didn't survive the crash. That is an important fact about this.
Are you really the commander?
Yes.
Excuse me for a moment. Commander identification code red.
Read? Red?
The Squad 04F commander has changed.
Rappy, we don't even know them. How could you?
Now's not the time to argue. There are raptures right ahead of us.
Well, that much is true.
From now on, you're in command. As the former commander is unable to issue orders at present, no formal procedures are necessary to transfer authority. The situation is urgent. I'll explain the details once the battle is over.
Understood.
You said your name was Marion? What branch are you from? I belong to Silvergun. I'm a machine gunner.
It checks out. Very well then. All right, Commander. What's the next move?
Awaiting your command.
Destroy. Well,
Yes,
duh.
Commander.
Let's get this party started. Ugh, you idiot! We did it!
Can I change? No? Oh, now I could change. There's a heavy concentration of raptors up ahead. That means it's time to bust out the rocket launcher. How about switching your control of Nikkei to me? Okay. So, small note, Rappy's hair is possessed. Okay, yeah. That's a launcher, right? Duh. As deal splash damage to enemies, tap inside the indicated area to drag, move across areas and attack. Commander can be charged up before firing. Release your finger after aiming it. Unleash a charge shot. See the charge gauge right with the crosshair. Along your charge gauge, greater damage will be. Very anime music. And the others fire automatically. That's neat.
Well, that was easy. Well, that was easy.
You just said that.
We're Rappy and Anise. Thanks for the assistance. But why did you ask to take the commander up to the surface all of a sudden? So...
I'm afraid so. Our former commander is dead. He tried to shoot at the Raptures with a human weapon, hurling obscenities at them all the while. He knew that those pea shooters can't put a dent in a Rapture.
You two failed in your duties. You let him die.
Oh boy.
You're wrong. We've always been willing to protect the commander. No matter what, even if that meant sacrificing ourselves. But just because we're willing to put our lives on the line doesn't mean he'll always be safe. All right, I was just saying.
Could you tell us your name? Anise.
I'm going to do a little digging.
I didn't click anything.
See.
Ah.
What's wrong?
This commander is a total rookie.
Thank you for the on fire.
What?
They just graduated from the military academy yesterday.
Let's move to the commercial street. It's too dangerous here.
Thank you very much for the on fire, Blue Kitty. Completed our mission. Let's check the mission rewards. Okay. Daily, weekly, main, and challenge. Uses categories and different. Here we go. Claim all, obtain rewards. Compensate for completed missions, so don't forget to check missions tab once in a while to claim your rewards. But daily. But daily! Oh, and now the whole squad is... We only had 3 girls, right?
Let's move out. Moving.
Okay, moving.
Moving. Get to the target.
Orders received.
Moving.
Let's move out.
Get to the target.
Orders received.
Get to the target.
Yeah, the chibi's adorable. I'm enjoying just watching him run around.
Move out. Let's move out.
That's just a helmet on legs. Yeah, we definitely got two new girls.
Orders received.
Did you really just take up your post yesterday?
We spontaneously knew women.
How can a complete amateur be sent to replace a commander killed in the line of duty?
Gee, thanks.
What are you thinking?
Gee, thanks.
What? Nothing. Anyway, you're the commander of this squad from here on out. If you don't have any objections, I'd like to go over our current course of action.
No problem.
Okay, I'll brief you. 46 hours ago, we lost communication with a Nikkei squad that was patrolling this area. They went completely dark, so we decided to send out a search party. During our search, an accident resulted in the death of our now former commander.
The only problem is, the deceased commander is the one who knew the coordinates to our destination. You wouldn't happen to know
Goody.
anything about that, would you?
No, I don't.
I figured as much.
I know the coordinates.
Yeah, I figured that too. Huh?
That information was input into my system when I was sent out on this operation. I'll take the lead. Follow me.
Really? An Ash 12-7.
And you... are you called Rappy? You failed to protect your former commander. Who are you to call someone else a novice? They're putting their lives on the line just like we are. If I ever hear you talk like that again, it'll be the last time.
Whoa, let's settle down. No need to get all riled up.
Fine, I misspoke. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize to me. Apologize to the commander.
I'm sorry.
They were thinking they were already scraped the bottom of the barrel with your previous commander, and then a total noob couldn't be worse. Oof. Oof.
They didn't get themselves into a tizzy? Definitely not an ordinary commander.
Or an ordinary commander and your last one wasn't. Ugh.
Engaging the enemy.
Okay.
I will protect you, Commander.
Only use burst skills that match the current stage. Let's see who the new girl is. Oh no, maybe not. Okay, cool.
We need to fire straight ahead. Together.
Those are just helmets with legs.
Oh, that was easy.
Also, okay, what hit up with a uniform, slash beret, a soft cap, a tech helmet, a full beret, and a riot helmet? Yeah. Some people are well armored, some people are not. Some people are. Some people should probably rethink their choices.
Are you okay? You don't look so good.
Well, I was dead a couple minutes ago, so.
I don't know what it is, but I feel a bit.
Let me do some maintenance. Take off your top.
Oh, okay.
Right here?
Totally different direction.
Problem?
What I mean is, the commander is right there.
You don't actually think the commander sees you that way, do you? Relax. To them, we're just emotionless fighting machines. The last thing they're thinking of when they see us is sex. Trust me.
Okay, they're just gonna say it, sure.
Well, so you do see us
Oh,
that
God.
way. Interesting.
I'm fine. It's probably just a small malfunction due to these new surroundings.
Take it off.
Wow, okay.
Don't make such a fuss, will you?
I said I'm okay.
In the event of a malfunction, it is required that we conduct the necessary repairs. This isn't an option.
I see.
Good. All right, Commander. Please turn the other way.
Everything seems okay.
I told you.
Let's keep going.
Hey, I saw that. Just kidding.
No scriptwriters would dignify that. We're just robots. Yeah.
Get to the target.
Okay, moving. Okay, moving.
Moving.
The unidentified objects is for sale. The objects nearby, color of the ring will change while moving.
Orders received. Let's move out.
Get to the target.
Orders received.
Moving.
Okay. Outline for round 1 of equipment. Promising youth. Rise to humanity's challenge. The whole human race is waiting for your rise. Fight for glory. Recruitment period July 15th to 29th. Consulting acceptance. Army nearby. Qualifications. Healthy, strong, age 18 to 35. Ancient object once used by humans who lived on the surface. Definitely worth collecting. This way you can obtain various materials collectible. Lost relics or even BGM tracks. Okay. It said that if you collect lost relics and BGM tracks, you'll receive rewards from central government. Do well to pay attention to surrounding areas while moving.
Get to the target.
Okay, moving.
Well, I guess that answers the question on if there are things to do while running around the map.
Moving.
Orders received.
We're about to engage.
Let's move out.
Do you copy?
Shifty?
Art control to surface. Do you copy? Reppy, Anise?
Communication. This is Roppy. Shifty, do you copy?
About time we got through. What's the situation on your end?
The new commander has arrived. The operational coordinates have been confirmed, and we're proceeding as planned.
Excellent. We had quite the scare back there when we lost contact with the conveyor. You took the transport ship straight into the middle of an enemy camp? What were you thinking? What? It's completely obliterated. With friends like you, who needs enemies? Raptors in that area have no anti-air weapons. What?
Shifty, can you send me the data for the transport ship's black box?
Sure, once I'm done analyzing it. It won't take long.
It's gonna be edited.
Okay, thanks.
Just a sec. Well then. Hello there, I'm Shifty, an operator from the Arc Intelligence Department. I will be assisting you throughout the operation from here on out. Nice to be working with you. Yep.
Anise, your chest will not make up for your prestige. Yeah.
Engaging the enemy.
Ooh. Starting with the sniper gal. If it's too far away in a situation, use a Nikkei with sniper rifle is your best bet. Sniper rifles are good at aiming from long distances to hit enemy core. You don't say attacking enemy core deals more damage than attacking other body parts. Double drag inside the area, move crosshairs, snipe the enemy. Please look at the middle of this raptor is acting a bit different. If it touches a raptor in the middle, a raptor is about to use a special skill, it will sound a signal. When the signal gathers in the core, the raptor will unleash the skill. Special skills of raptors weaken Nikkeis or make the battle more difficult. Destroy raptors before they cast a special skill to prevent an attack. Go ahead and take care of the raptor ahead of us.
Reload.
Is that Rapture? I don't know. Is it? Energy reaction is active. Strong attack is being prepared. When Rapture is preparing strong attack, the target will be marked. Select and order the target Nika to take cover or defeat the enemy ASAP.
Reload.
The best defense is a good offense.
Reload. Mission accomplished.
See, she's like got actual body armor to go with that sniper rifle. However, she hasn't been part of any of the cutscenes, so she's probably gonna get killed.
Orders received.
Best defense, good offense. Also, you haven't told us how to mass take cover. Yeah.
Okay, moving.
Ooh. There's a thing.
Get to the target. Moving. Get to the target. Moving.
Let's move out. Orders received. Orders received.
Outline for round 2 of recruitment. Commander, let's fight together. Recruitment period, September 30th to October 15th. Consulting and acceptance, Army nearby. Qualifications, individuals aged 15 to 48. They're getting desperate. Ooh.
Okay, moving.
Get to the target. Moving. Get to the target.
Orders received.
Get to the target.
Let's move out.
High class energy detected ahead. Most likely Lord class. What? What's something that big doing here?
I suggest we retreat.
What about the missing Nikkeis?
We leave them behind. Only 0.2% of Nikkeis who go missing are ever recovered. You of all people should know these search parties are just for show.
Well, I can't pretend like they don't exist either.
Is a lord that dangerous?
Yes, they are the ones who lead high-level raptures. Their combat capabilities are unparalleled. Judging from the simulation, our chances of success is high, but there's a high probability of us sustaining heavy losses. And a 24.35% probability of total annihilation.
Commander, should we pull out?
Still not getting a lot of options here. Don't want to give up on the
Then
search.
please give the order. That's all we need. We follow the commander's orders, no matter what.
Continue the operation.
Commander, you do realize that this could be a suicide mission, right? So long as our brains remain intact, we Nikkeis are no worse off. It's a different story when it comes to humans. You're fine with that? Okay.
Still just one option.
Commander, please walk behind me. I'll protect you. Commencing battle.
Okay, we're getting to use the riot gal. Only option is to have no free will. Why are we better at that than Nikke? Yeah. Watch out, Commander. Enemies approaching. Nikke with shotguns should do the trick. Shotguns fire a large number of pellets at once. Enemies within close range will take more damage. Use a shotgun to defeat the enemy.
Clear. Reload.
Ooh, I just realized what design the shotgun has. That's neat.
Clear.
Some raptors will carry a bear that blocks attacks from Nikkeis and protects other raptors. Bears are represented in blue above the HP bar and can be destroyed after taking enough damage. Concentrate firepower on it. Well, I gotta reload first. Magazine-fed shotgun is definitely faster to reload than a tube-fed.
This battle's finished. Moving on.
Battle over. Damage report?
Minimal damage. Sufficient ammo remaining.
Same here.
Some damage to the left clavicle, heavy damage to the lower right projector. Abrasion to the left eye caused by a stray bullet. No irregularities in identifying targets. Overall damage rate is 17.05%. Still combat capable.
Very well. Are you sure that's not too high?
It doesn't matter. We're almost there. Let's pick up the pace.
I'm starting to get concerned that she's not gonna come out with us.
Commander?
Commander, what on earth are you doing? That kind of thing is useless to a Nikke.
No, it works.
It does not work. She's crazy.
From the inside.
Oh, she's going crazy.
Commander, I could use another bandage here as well. Thank you. The pain is gone already.
It seems sweet, but she's going crazy, isn't she?
Get to the target.
Let's move
Okay, I can actually see that one. Outline for round 3 of recruitment. No need to fight in person. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to shoot because the goddess of victory will fight for you. Recruitment period. December 7th to 30th. Consulting acceptance, army nearby. Qualifications, all that are willing. Yeah. Things went very poorly.
Orders received.
Okay, moving. Roger. Roger.
We're about to engage.
Let's move out.
We're here.
No sight of any Vanguard.
They're here.
What? There's nothing here.
Let's look around.
And starts walking alone.
What is she doing?
Rappy, I finished analyzing the black box from the transport ship. I'm sending you the report.
Yes, Commander.
Flash for a moment. Click. Rappy points her gun at Marion in the distance.
Stop right there.
Roger.
You shot down the transport ship?
What?
Yes, it does.
Kidding me.
There were 2 explosions inside the conveyor. They were caused by the explosives meant for this operation, which would never go off without an external detonation signal. That detonation signal originated from you, Marion.
Yes, it does.
What are you trying to achieve?
Think there's a glitch somewhere.
Here. Start talking, or else I'll put a bullet between your eyes.
We're here. We're here. We're here. Over here, over here, over here.
Okay, I thought it was an audio thing. It was not an audio thing. Okay.
When did this happen?
Just my luck.
Okay, I said the crazy thing kind of like joking. You know? Well, this game got significantly creepier very, very quickly. The one I liked, can't she be the one that goes crazy?
Her central nerve was taken by the raptures. She's sending out a distress signal. Stop her!
I've got her in my sights. Please give the order.
Great shock is caused.
Sending a high-class energy in front of you.
I was really hoping that was just me being funny.
A blacksmith.
Over here.
Codename Blacksmith. It's a tyrant. They captured Nikkei's on the surface and used them for rapture parts.
Over here.
It absorbed her into its body.
I'm willing to bet the same thing happened to those missing Vanguard troops. We may be able to save them. Even Marion.
What are you talking about?
After the blacksmith captures Nikkei's, it keeps them for a while before doing anything. Judging by when they disappeared, there may still be some time left. What do you want us to do?
Do you have to ask? Let's just get out of here.
Your orders, please.
Yeah, I don't like Anise. I have to save Marion.
Commander.
Are you out of your mind? We're gonna die.
Well, you're gonna die.
The least we can do is try. For them.
Have you found it?
I don't know yet.
Okay, let's give it a shot then.
Shifty, please assist.
Oh, okay. Well, first off, the simulation results are...
Yeah, I know we're in a tutorial area, but I hope we get some choices.
Tyrant 003. Blacksmith now. Engaging.
They did a real good job making that creepy. That looks very organic. Oh, come on! When facing a Tyrant-class Rapture or above, attack their weak points to destroy their weapons. Raptors whose weapons have been destroyed can no longer use their most devastating attacks and will be more vulnerable to damage.
Reload. Performing reload sequence.
This is subtle.
Cover.
Very special attack. Beware, if the part marked in white is destroyed, Vector will immediately cast a special attack. Focus fire on the marked part to stop the special attack.
Cover.
Okay.
Performing reload sequence.
Deal with that. There we go.
I'm here to offer support.
Reload. Reload.
Yeah, the others are robots. That's a thing.
Wow, victory!
Wait, who are you? Did she join our squad? Where'd she come from? Music in this game's good. Wait, is this a cutscene?
Considering there was only a 12.4% of success, I'd say that was a job well done.
I'll check the survivors. No
What?
survivors from the Vanguard. All the parts have been ransacked.
What about Marion?
Still alive.
Oh boy.
Over here. Here.
This is bad. Her brain has already been corrupted. We all know the rules. Any Nikkei who has sustained brain damage is to be disposed of. According to the law, the execution must be carried out by the commander.
This pistol is for when we must self-terminate. Humans can use them as well. Just get in close.
Perhaps I should do it?
No. We Nikkeis cannot execute our own kind.
Well, I am unhappy about this.
No time to hesitate, Commander. If we don't get this done, she will probably become an irregular soon. Commander!
I am unhappy about this.
Over here. Commander. Commander.
I am unhappy about this. You don't do this in the first act.
For your bandage.
Her thumb was pushing on the trigger finger.
No signs of life.
Official confirmation of death. Our investigation mission is complete. Head back to the Ark. Damn it.
Do not like... Well, now I'm sad. Now I'm sad. This makes me unhappy. Don't leave the body. Yeah! We don't want the enemy to have the scrap. What the heck? Oh my gosh, what the heck? Of course, the one that we liked. We have lost the waifu. I gotta now go watch other people's first playthroughs of this and see what their reaction to having to kill the one that we like, the one that liked us. Oh my gosh. What do you want? You know, don't give me happy music. Now we are in the lobby. Well, you see, Commander, we lost to Nikkei in the previous battle, so we need to create it. Oh, here we go. Welcome to your gotcha part of the gotcha game. Yeah, because Anise is like a pain. Rapi is distant. I guess she's not a pain at least. Yeah, speaking of Commander, should keep more than one squad at the ready at all times. Let's get to it, shall we? Select recruit 10. Thank you for giving us a 10 pull at the start instead of here. Let's bother the OCD people. Yeah, that's mean. Are we at 10 yet? Do I need to click something? Oh, duh.
Don't you know?
Arr!
There's a fine line between pleasure and pain.
Well, this is a big 90-degree turn. What? Okay. No, she scares me.
Nice to meet you.
Alright, I love the B theme. B themes will usually... Yeah, I like B themes. Yeah, I am still sad. That just a heck of a knock to the head.
Nice to meet you.
Sometimes, bro, I don't... No, I'm not gonna judge, but, yeah, thanks. With the bondage.
I may be a mass production model, but I will do my best.
But we like mass production models here.
I'm Neon, and firepower is my game.
Subtle.
Don't you know?
Oh my gosh.
There's a fine line
Really?
between pleasure and pain.
The irony that she's the one that's like, we're just gonna sit you over there, away from me.
Come to us if you're lost. We'll save you anytime.
Okay, you have my attention. I was gonna say I like the Winter Soldier theming, but there are some issues with Winter Soldiering in that. Yes. No, maybe.
Please.
She's not human, it's fine. We approve. Yep, here we get to the point. Here we get to where this game stands.
Soldier FA, awaiting your order.
Hello again. Oh, now we get a good look at her shot. I wasn't looking at the weapons, darn it! So yeah, that is like a 10 gauge maul. Maybe even an 8 gauge maul. Well, no, it's not a maul. It doesn't have the tube. It's got that. I like the shotgun.
Please.
Alright, again. This is Bullpup. What, is this like another railgun? Heavy hitter? Good grief, the missile lady. Can I click on these and see, No, I can't. Tap squat. What? What is going on in the background? Okay, build a squad. Build a squad with an EKs you have recruited. There's a squad around burst stages is crucial. During a battle, burst stages progress in order from 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, we already got that. 3 is used, squad will enter full burst mode, allowing them to unleash maximum firepower. Important assign, right. Shouldn't we leave her there as, you know, one of the few purples we have? Okay, ET's below. Now that you I didn't get a chance to do anything.
Ready to go.
Okay. Choose to use autoform squad. Game will automatically form the most appropriate squad with the Nikes you have recruited.
I'm always ready.
Okay. Okay, so that is all the purples and the gold. So we've got 1, 2 1s, a 2, and 2 3s. Including the creepy one. Squad form. Okay, we return to lobby. You learned something during the preparation? Let's get started on the next mission. Did I learn something? Just track. Okay. Talking to my. Yes. No, I want my rewards. I want my rewards and upgrade. Hold on.
Shifty. Marion. What's going on? That corruption code implanted into Marion's brain must be acting as a navigator. It guides Nikes to the blacksmith's location. That way, they're having their food delivered straight to their doorstep. But she was acting completely normal before she went haywire. That's probably because of the commander. And Nike's highest priority is protecting their commander and obeying any orders given. I'm willing to bet the problem started once she met the commander. That's when her priorities were shifted out of order. She was completely defenseless when in close proximity to the blacksmith. That means the corruption was quite severe.
When did it start?
What?
When was she first corrupted?
During the operation, I suppose. Ah, yes.
You said she was the one that sabotaged the transport ship, right? She must have already been corrupted at that point. And that transport ship came from the Ark.
They're all corrupted.
No. The Aegis barriers are strong. They'd pick up any corruption in an instant.
Rappy, What are you trying to say?
Well,
What?
That concludes my report.
You mean they took down a blacksmith? A novice commander with 3 Nikes, all in a single day?
Yes, sir. However, one Nikkei was destroyed during the operation.
If I didn't know any better, I'd say you're starting to develop a sense of humor, Shifty.
Should I forward the combat data to you?
No, that won't be necessary. I would, however, like to meet this commander. Make an appointment for this afternoon, will you?
I'll inform them.
You do that.
Anything else?
Ah, yes. Have the other Nikes who took part in the operation come along as well.
Yeah, I have a couple questions here.
HQ is calling us in?
You'll be going with me.
Aw, man, not this again.
What?
So few of you, and yet you managed to take down a blacksmith. Simply astonishing. Keep fighting the good fight, my loyal and most subservient of all government lapdogs. It's always the same old routine.
Well, we did perform exceptionally well during this last mission.
Let's get this over with. The sooner we go, the sooner we can leave.
They asked you to arrive armed. Anderson looks like Solid Snake, Big Boss. Given how that series goes, this is bad. So,
Really? What an odd request.
they have been asked to kill me. Enter the deputy chief's room. Is this way? Okay, so this mission's a whole thing.
Huh?
All right, Winter Soldier, protect me.
So nice to meet you all. I'm Anderson, Deputy Chief of the Central Government Command. We can dispense with the formalities. Address me however you wish.
Mr. Anderson. I can't do the voice. Given the last 10 minutes up to thinks this will never go anywhere good, probably. Mr. Anderson. That any better? It's also been forever since I've seen any of those scenes.
Like nails on a chalkboard. Anderson will do just fine. I called you in today because I wanted to conduct a little test. Nothing too difficult. You can relax.
A test?
From here, go straight to the simulation room. There will be someone there to fill you in. That is all.
You called us here just for that?
Anise.
What? I'm just asking.
I simply wanted to meet you in person. No other reason.
Whatever you say.
I believe we're done here.
May I ask you a question?
One moment. I suppose I have time to answer one question. Just one.
I did at least have a choice, even if it didn't matter. And back to no choices. Marion seems to have been corrupted while she was still inside the Ark. Do you know anything about that? Oh, good. We're just gonna immediately go to this.
Commander, this is not the place to be asking such questions.
No, this is exactly the place to be asking such questions.
Doesn't ring a bell. Oh yes, the other Nikkei who fought with you, right? I heard she was destroyed. I'm terribly sorry, but
We don't like him.
I'm afraid I have nothing for you. We're conducting an investigation into the operation as we speak. The only thing we are certain of is that the Aegis barriers are impenetrable. Now, if you don't mind...
Read, the Aegis barriers are very penetrable.
Hey, you. Let's say someone did corrupt one of your Nikkeis, maliciously. Let's say they were so powerful that you wouldn't stand a chance against them. Tell me, what would you do?
Them pay, I'd ask them why. I'm gonna go with Y because I think that's the more interesting answer, though I personally would probably pick the pay because I think it's him and I really want to send him out to deal with the Raptors. But yes, this is our first choice. I'm gonna go with Y because it seems like it's the more interesting one.
Well, there must be a reason. This sounds like if there's reasonable cause for what's been done, you'll just accept it.
No.
Well, I'm not blaming you. I'm just curious what you'll say. You may leave now. I'm sure we'll meet again.
We don't like him.
I'm Ingrid, your coach for today. Welcome to the simulation room.
Have some concerns. I like the fit though.
This is where I'll be putting your combat skills to the test.
Commander, what is this all about?
Having our combat skills tested after a mission? I've never heard of such a thing. They usually do this sort of thing beforehand.
And isn't that the CEO of Elysian? What is she doing here?
This is a hobby of hers.
Classy up too.
When I'm talking.
What?
Next, you will face a battle simulation in the simulation room. I can tell you, you'd better not be lax and think that it's just a simulation.
I think the key is the belt she's hidden right here underneath.
The simulation room is the Ark's pride and joy. You can experience combat in reality here. Not only can it simulate all kinds of real battle scenarios, but you can also fight against virtual raptures. Tactics will be essential to handle these various situations in battle. So, go and complete the test tactically. That is all.
I have a question.
No questions allowed.
I still have a question.
Before we begin the training, I need to know your squad name. Tell me your squad name.
We don't even get to name the squad? Come on.
Name confirmed. Then, squad. Looking forward to your superb combat skills.
This is a simulation room, a crowning arc of technological achievement that brings virtual reality into the combat experience. Although it is merely a virtual space, the combat experience feels incredibly lifelike. Let's give it a try. Simulation, choose difficulty. Sectors are categorized as difficulty levels. Higher difficulty levels will mean more challenging stages, but greater rewards.
Let's start things off lightly, shall we?
You have up to who are you? You have up to 3 different options for each stage. This is to recreate unexpected situations that can directly impact the battle. Yes, but the lower coat is a slashed mid-cummerbund wrap. Without further ado, let the battle begin. Wonder if my 1.0 is my 2.0 is sort of based on Genshin Impact, but you know, with cyberpunk stylings, I'm wondering. So many choices here.
My turn? Not looking good.
Recommended power 100. My power 1582. Get buffs after clearing combat, but of course the buff will only take effect in the simulation room. Select the buff you want, look at the effect descriptions and the makeup of your squad, choose an appropriate buff. But I want high quality powder! If that kind of fits into Star Rail more than Genshin. Well, Star Rail wasn't out when we did this design. Could also look at some Star Rail stuff too, though. That's not a bad idea. Want the good one? Come on! A buff from chain type, but chain type buff you obtained. Chain type the buff, select is added on. 4 kinds chain types. PlayStation controller. You have multiple buffs. Okay. Okay.
The first simulation has ended. Now, you wouldn't mind juicing it up a bit, right?
Epic buff. I don't like that Scott.
Wake me up when the battle is over.
Oh, this is going to be interesting.
You must be honored to be fighting beside me.
Of course, the one that creeps me out.
Whoa, I got you.
Ironically, she is probably the least showy of the group that we've seen.
Behold
Interesting.
true power.
Oh, she's a shotgun. Got you.
Now you'll see why they call me the Queen of Snow.
Okay.
You survived yet again. That's something worth celebrating.
I think I like Winter Soldier here. Shotgun Gal is up to his current favorites. Okay. Seems you passed simulation room. Clearing all stages and all difficulties from your chosen sector will be able to register a buff you own in the buff legacy. That's why you didn't let me pick the good one. Yeah, Marion is missed.
So tired.
The operation results have already been reported. She told us to wait here.
Rappy, what do you think this is all about?
Just like she said, it's a test. Apparently, our performance was good enough to arouse suspicion.
You do poorly, they give you a hard time. You do well, same thing. You can't win. Commander, do you know anything about this?
I want the I think Anderson's at fault option.
Well, it's not like it's a bad thing. Doing our part for the cause and all that jazz.
I suppose so. So what now? Do we just wait?
Well, how'd it go?
I can't believe it.
Really?
A complete and utter disaster. If they were really out on the field, they'd all have been killed in less than 3 minutes.
Oh, most unexpected indeed.
That's putting it lightly. Could it be that they only excel in actual combat?
Only one way to find out.
What are you talking about?
We have plenty of missions to send them on. Take your pick.
Whichever is most difficult.
So, this one should do the trick.
Investigate a power station? The one in the coastal city?
Is this the entire team?
I can't believe this! We go through hell for them and we're sent straight back out without a word of thanks.
Yeah, I no longer like Ingrid. Well, I didn't really like her to begin with, but yeah.
Yeah, what a good little doggy you are. Gotta please your master, am I right?
Anise.
Sorry, that was out of line.
Who's the assigned commander?
Who do you think?
What? This is most unusual.
How's fanservice waifu game having this many issues?
They same commander to a Nikkei squad multiple times in a row. Otherwise, things tend to go south. It usually results in infighting and the team eventually falls apart. That's why they've enforced this rule for so long.
You end up with commanders executing Nikkeis on the spot. Sometimes even the other way around.
It's precisely to avoid these kinds of catastrophes that a commander in any given Nikkei squad can only cooperate once every 3 missions. So, this is truly bizarre.
They're trying to get rid of us. They want to send us up to the service and have us all killed without anyone noticing. But what reason could they possibly have for doing that?
Well, you're spying on us, so...
You scared me. Where did you come from? I heard there's a new mission, so I came to assist. If they wanted you dead, you'd be dead already. They wouldn't bother with sending you back up to the surface. In other words, this is a normal operation. Normal as can be.
No longer trust Shifty. In fact, her name is Shifty, should have been a clue.
But, Commander, are you okay with all this?
Is there a no option? Okay, those are both good options, but I need a no, I'm not good with this option. I feel like if I say I won't shoot you, they won't believe me because I just shot Marion, even if she helped me pull the trigger. I'm gonna be sore about that for a while. I believe in you all.
Hey now, where'd all that confidence come from all of a sudden? Well, we trust you too, Commander. For the time being, that is.
Let's head up.
Can I not do the other stuff okay. All the little markers are bugging me. Heading up to the surface again. What did I ever do? Wait, someone's coming. Hmm? Hello, my name's Neon. Nikkei from Elysium? I was sent to take part in this investigation. Nice to meet you. Did you know about this? Got a personal transfer notice just now. Commander, did you receive anything about this? What happened to the voice acting? Don't worry, there's a totalitarian state, so they'd just shoot you if they wanted to. No, I didn't. Why would they suddenly add another member? Something's not right. What type of Nikkei are you? Why? I believe I'm a spy. This game's it must have only gone so far, and this is where the VA budget ended. Yeah, her outfit's bugging me too. Someone doesn't have... Huh? My boss, Ingrid, instructed me to do my utmost. Ingrid is... This whole organization is really scraping the bottom of the barrel. In assisting you, after which I am to report back to her. That is what a spy does, no? I guess so. I've always wanted to be a spy. Can we... I know that she's one of our only purples. Can we leave her on the surface? No wonder they're losing the war. Oh my... I'm looking forward to working with you all. I'll try to be the best spy I can. Oh, this is giving me a headache. With pleasure. You sure this isn't going to be a problem down the line? We'll use her as bait. Yeah. As cute as she is, can we make sure she doesn't... That's what I just said! We use her as bait and just leave her on the surface. We finally arrived at the surface. Commander, we're setting off.
Get to the target.
Okay, moving.
Don't pull too hard.
Did she... What? I'm sorry, but she gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Don't pull too hard.
Please don't! We put the sketchy and post-apocalypse dystopia. That's not in... We're too cheap to rewrite it to make sense. We can finally get rid of some of these things.
Get to the target.
That is still just a helmet with legs.
We're about to engage.
Okay, moving. So, this is the surface.
Well, the voices are back.
First time? Roger. It's so big. The sky isn't buzzing. It's nothing like I've ever seen before. The air composition is the same, but somehow it just feels different. It'll wear off in a day or two. We're guaranteed to run into raptures within the hour. This is no time for sightseeing. If you stay too long, you'll get a nice heavy dose of electron beam straight to the brain. Yes, you must act quickly. The objective of this operation is to investigate the control room of the power station. Scanning the area. Aerating. Clearing out alpha particles. Concentration 42.23%. 21.48%.
How are you aerating the atmosphere?
2.01%. Scanning finished. According to the scan, you'll have to follow the maglev train tracks to reach the power station. A high voltage current is running through the entire line.
No, I'm sorry. Go back to aerating the atmosphere.
But the commander.
I want to know more about how you just filtered the atmosphere. You know, let's go.
What are you talking about? You'll die.
Where is the current coming from?
Retrieving history. The city was closed off 5 years ago to prevent any raptures from escaping. Seems it was deliberately leaked to the outside. The line was close to completion, so it has been generating electricity autonomously. What about the humans who are still in the city? Well, considering we don't know what we'll run into, it's best they stay inside.
So, we went and hid underneath the ground and just left the population. Are we the bad guys?
I will mark the location of the control room on the map.
Commander, I'm ready.
This is not where I thought this game was going.
Yes, Commander.
I mean, I'm not complaining, but I have questions.
It's time to show them what we're capable of.
You are still creeping me out. A top screen will allow Nikis to fight their own discretion. Activating the left button allows Nikis to fire automatically. Activating the right button allows them to use burst skills automatically. You can shoot at a target manually, even in auto battle mode.
It's hard to shoot.
They are all very aggressive. If we're not exactly the good guys, yeah. Fact that we might be the bad guys. Fact that you have to ask says it all, yeah. They finished the mission while I was reading. Oh my gosh. I didn't turn on the auto thing. Actually, that would be a neat twist if it turns out Rapture, our defense droids are protecting 99% of the populace from you all. That would be neat. Special package for you new commanders. Players could choose either Volume, Uni, Admi, or Brid. Purchasable in the special beginner support section of the cash shop. Oh, good. Oh yeah, $14.99. Here we go. Okay.
Your orders, Commander? Get to the target.
Ooh, time to have some fun.
Give us money. Yeah, well, it is a gacha game. It has pushed the gacha surprisingly little. But we did at least get to the gacha part of the gacha game.
Out of ammo.
The grenade one. I think she's the one wiping out everything with her grenades. Okay, I guess it wants us to fall back to there.
We're about to engage.
Don't pull too hard.
Please. What? Okay. This is different. Much, Okay, this is a whole thing. Well, this is neat.
Now you'll see why they call me the Queen of Snow.
Well, we're gonna find out if I'm ready for this.
Come on, give me all you It's hard to shoot.
I'm gonna switch over because I'm not doing so great with ammo management with her. I'll let her manage her own ammo.
Reload.
That is... Oh! Phase 2. Alright. No, 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 no. Yeah. Ow. It's a trank. The train! It's a tank! It's a trank! Okay, we may have to come back to that. Also, I think I need to switch to a Winter Maiden much sooner Well, I didn't pre-register, so I don't know why. Okay, we're just gonna get a bunch of people and... Okay, cool.
This shot will make you stronger.
Oh, good. The mad scientist. Great. Why are all the... crazy? White promise? Oh, it's a costume for Rappy. Okay.
We're about to engage.
No, is it making me do this?
Move out.
All right, we're just gonna switch immediately and hope it works out better. This is a really cool, you know, change of pace. And I like the trank. The trank is neat.
Once again. Now you'll see why they call me the Queen of Reload.
Hide, 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 hide.
Now you'll see why they call me the Queen of Snow.
Focus fire.
Out of ammo.
All right, we're intercepting way better.
Out of ammo.
Okay. Back to phase 2.
Now you'll see why they Once again.
I may be in trouble again.
Now you'll see why they
Well, I think we're screwed. We're screwed. Well, I'm reloading, so we're screwed. There we go.
is tougher than I thought it would be.
Show me all you got.
Don't pull too hard.
Lady!
Repeat after me. Firepower.
Get to the target.
Move out.
Show me all you got.
Move out.
see.
Commander, get behind me. Shifty, watch my back.
Did I say something wrong? Didn't you see the raptures? No, I didn't. Let's get this straight, Neon. There's an unwritten rule that any Nikkei who comes up to the surface must follow. You don't blurt things out indiscriminately. Got it? I understand. Is this okay? Sure.
What was that all about?
You're asking me?
Up with something. If the current running through the tracks is the problem, then why doesn't the commander just wear rubber boots?
They're getting a lot of mileage out of that expression.
Not bad. Do you realize how many bolts are running through those tracks? A human would be burnt to a crisp if they touched it. What I mean is, it's impractical.
Didn't you have more to say?
A lot of mileage.
Can work. Commander.
No,
You say so.
At least we get to, at least we sort of got a choice this time. I'll take a choice.
You idiot!
It's hard to shoot. I'll reload it.
That is absolutely an ace in her grenades. Why not just sever the line? I think that's what we're on our way to do.
Don't pull too hard. Move out.
Lady. February 7th, XX. It's been 4 months since I entered this bunker. There's only canned food, but at least there's enough to go around. There's a stable power supply as well. Now the army will come to my rescue. All I have to do is wait. They'll exterminate all those insect-like machines we call raptors and take me away from this place. Until that day comes, to hold on. I don't think the day came.
Repeat after me. Firepower!
Move out.
Repeat after me. Firepower!
Don't
Show me all you got.
get to the target.
Oh, face tracking's doing its thing.
I'm not into doing the hitting myself, though.
It is absolutely her that's being the... Or not.
I'll reload it.
Okay, I like that the tree actually gave it cover. Oh, Blue Kitty, thank you for the lemon. And it is 100% Anise and her grenade launcher that's doing all the heavy hitting.
It lacked a certain pizzazz, but I'm satisfied.
Right. Gotta remember that that kills the sound.
Move out.
Yeah, she is still a
Don't
pain.
pull too hard.
Okay, moving. Repeat after me. Firepower!
Can I just ignore you and go over this way?
Move out.
Okay, moving.
Don't pull too hard.
Lady!
Get to the target.
Okay, moving.
Where's the there's the
To the
sparkle.
target.
Chat log early adopter dot text 11:05 a.m. Early adopter. Wow, can you see into the future? Something tooth missing fan. What makes you say that? Early adopter, there are only 50 food rations in our shelter. Early adopter, about 30 starving people arrived at our shelter yesterday. Early adopter, we had no choice but to take them in. But when we did, you should get a look at the people here. TMF, let me guess, they look like they want to kill the newcomers. Bingo. If this keeps up, I feel like something's going to go down soon. Okay, I can't. Alright, that's just to get a bonus.
Get to the target.
Move out.
We're about to engage.
Okay, moving.
Yeah, I'm still not a fan of Anise either.
Preparing to cut power.
Commander, give me the combi link.
Oh, here we go. What is that?
It's a device used to remotely control all sorts of machinery up on the surface. You see that little protrusion on your mobile? Pull that out. There will be a line attached to it.
Pull out the protruding part of your phone. A line about 1 meter long appears.
Yes.
Was ist das?
Now plug it into the port of the machine you want to control.
Great, we're playing an idiot.
Commander, in here.
Did you really graduate from the military academy?
Apparently not.
The power has been shut off. You can take the line straight into the city now.
In other words, this operation is of the utmost importance.
Alright, oh no.
Find a pair of rubber boots? Forget the stupid boots.
Having audio glitches again. Do not tell me we're gonna have to shoot Roppy now.
Position okay. Starting right away. Reloading. Cover me. Reload, reload, reload! Ow!
Once again.
With all this modern technology, reloading seems so obsolete.
This battle's finished. Moving on.
Getting increasingly concerned about where we're going with some of this. Nice to know is just fight, 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 fight.
Don't pull too hard.
Lady!
Move out.
Repeat after me. Fire!
Enemy incoming.
Don't pull too hard.
Lady, please!
Servant, are you ready?
With all this modern technology, reloading seems so obsolete.
Now you'll see why they call me the Queen of Snow.
Shall we?
Uh-oh. Aha!
Let's get this party started! Concentrate all attacks! All this modern technology, reloading seems so obsolete.
Woohoo! It lacked a certain pizzazz, but I'm satisfied.
Enemy neutralized. Neon, I was getting worried back there. You sure you didn't go a bit overboard back there? The bigger the better. That's what I say. Aren't you worried about being unbalanced? Let me tell you something, Anise. In this world, the only thing standing between us and the enemy is our weapons. If I end up not being perfectly balanced as a result, that's a risk I'm willing to take. I see. Alright right, everyone. Follow me. Firepower wins the day.
She got the Keltec version of that shotgun, I just realized. I have serious concerns about where this is going. Ready to fight against stronger enemies in the future, we need to be stronger. Well, let's go back to the lobby. Okay, Nikkei. Okay. Mila. The details Nikki on the page. Against Nikki's be leveling up. This is what the money's for. On the materials required for leveling up Nikkei, they will be used to upgrade your level. So leveling up Nikkei will have higher attributes. Make sure to level them up for smoother battles. If you find a battle's challenging, it's time to level up. Keep that in mind, Commander. Okay. So many notices. Alright, let's actually get a bunch of supplies and see if we can do like summons. I've played too many of these kinds of games. I have no friends. Okay. That's a good question. What is this? This is like a fake messenger? How did you get my number? I didn't think the Military Academy would tell students about it. Military Academy graduates are highly sought after. It's safe to say that you graduates have the attention of all the people in ARC. Talk about elite, right? Not to mention that you can ask Nikkei to do whatever you want. There are many opportunistic people in ARC, you know. Including my... Oh, here we go. So if the info of Military Academy graduates naturally gets leaked and put up for sale the moment they graduate. Got cheaper than you think, you'll be... Said... okay, what are you after? Remember the place where you did your first mission? Need you to confirm something. Give you the coordinates. You should find a ceramic tile that's different from the others. You confirm what is under the title. You trip with your wild. Do you have a good conscience, you know? What do you say? Interest? Alright. Okay. $20 is looking for... Well, yep. You got that. He is. Commander in the... What is this? Commander has joined our group chat. Fine, what is this about? That's a good question. This is the blah blah group chat for the counters. As long as it's not an emergency, you can use this to issue any orders you have. We could just chit chat as well. Anyway, it's nice to be working with you. I don't know how long it'll end up being. I'm sure we'll get along just fine. Suppose that depends on your attitude. So if I don't follow orders, you keep me. How about you not be as abrasive? Squad being called counter enemy is certainly better than Squad 04-F, but what gives? There's a perfect valid reason for it. I didn't have a choice. Be sure to try being a little more tactful and asking questions. Alright. So that's a whole thing. I don't think I'm getting rewards from any of those.
Body stats check. All clear. Ready to deploy.
Okay, that's events. What is Xmog? Oh, I started a whole thing, didn't I? Exia's car arrived at the data center. What's up, Exia? Okay. Look at this. It speaks for itself. Better than any explanation I can give. Exia holds out a tablet. On the screen, there's an old school pixel video game running. What game is this? It looks like a classic. Calling it classic is putting it mildly. This game is super duper ancient. Probably over 100 years if I had to guess. Tell me this game is nearly a century old? That's not even the most interesting part. I've scoured databases high and low for info on this game, but came up diddly. Is this a minigame? It tells me this was someone's personal project that never got an official release. Quite a rare case. You got that right. Noob. Oh, come on. Take a closer look. What the? Is that Snow White? The other characters. Could this be Kingdom Hearts? No. That's right. I don't... Is it Kingdom Hearts? Don't know who made this, but it was clearly meant to commemorate the heroes of the past. Where did you find this? Found it on some old hard drive. Decided to do a final check before it was set for disposal. This game was clearly a labor of love. The creator included a lot of their own personal information in the game. It really meant a lot to whoever made it, but it's a bit outdated, so I made some tweaks to balance everything out and modernize it a bit. I also added some new gameplay while I was at it. But aren't you changing the original game too much by doing that? Not at all. It's my way of honoring the game heroes of the past. I'm carrying on what was left behind and taking it to the next level. Plus, I saved another copy of the original. But I won't tell you where I've kept the original file. Okay? I removed all the personal information I mentioned earlier from the game. Don't want to infringe on anyone's privacy after all. It's probably the right move. Here, I want you to have this. It's a unique piece of software, one of a kind, with no backups. Nothing makes me happier than the thought of you enjoying this. Alright, I'm incredibly thankful. Why are you giving this to me? My eyes, you're like a link, connecting the past and the present. Considering this a testament to that. Great, you're calling me old. I also felt that. While we were modeling the game, no matter what we do, the past always ends up influencing the present. Even these moments we're living right now can end up affecting the future somehow. Making me think I should live a bit more consciously. Put some pants on, that might help. Knowing me, I'll probably only keep it up for a couple of days. Anyway, enjoy the game, noob. Well, thank you. So, is this a new... Here we go! Memory of Goddess. Memory of Goddess is a gameplay mode where you destroy raptures swarming from all directions and survive for a designated... Oh no. Oh no, here we go. Here we go. Tap and drag to move. Use a weapon equipped by the character to act enemies if you and the character's HP is depleted. Obtain battle data to level up. When leveling up, you can choose an item from the randomly designated items. If you choose an item you own, the item will level up. The higher the level, the more battle data needed. You might obtain items with special effects when killing raptors. Manufacturer arms. Some raptors drop manufacturer arms when destroyed. Obtain manufacturer arms to get various types of equipment. I missed the voice acting. Data collector attracts all coins and battle data scattered around the field to your location. Lilith Drive kills all ordinary raptors on the field. Burst Charger restores a certain amount of characters' burst skill gauge. Emergency recovers a certain amount of characters' HP. I missed the voice acting. Tap the character twice, or tap the burst button to use the character's powerful skills. Every character has her own burst skill. Burst cooldown. After the burst skill is used, it cannot be used again for a certain period of time. Configuring the usage Method of burst skills. You can configure the usage method of burst skills in settings. Fulfill specific conditions to unlock other characters. Use coins to retain, upgrade skills. Set retrieve coins used in upgrading. Missions you can complete by playing Memory of Goddess. Challenge missions. You can complete challenge missions by playing Memory of Goddess. When you return a lobby from the pause screen, you can save the current data and return a title screen. Only one save data slot can be used. The following data will be saved. Level, XP, burst gauge, weapon and module in use, owned items used to unlock characters, skilled upgrade progress at the time of saving. Save time. Only use the skill upgrade process at the time of saving will be retained. Only the skill upgrade process at the time of saving will be retained. Boss battle. Changes to the situation right before the boss appears. Mog X edition will save the following information. Remaining resurrection attempts, remaining upgrade reroll attempts. There are 11 stages. Only choose Snowy Land. Must clear the previous stage to enter the next stage. Rare items may drop at some stages. Stage clear conditions. The stage is only cleared when you reach the specified survival duration and kill the boss for each theme. However, time will not pass when the mid-boss appears. Challenge stage. Unlocked after Snowy Land 2 is cleared. This number of ordinary raptors killed in the challenge stage will be reflected in the Union ranking. Union ranking is not supported in the archives. The number of ordinary raptors defeated in the challenge stage will not be individually... Okay. This is a whole thing. Of course, we self-destruct drone 1, basic weapon. Sends out drones, share surroundings. After brief wait, the drones charge rapidly towards the nearest enemy, dealing 1 damage before exploding. We're running out of time. We won't do this for long, but I figure sure, why not? Oh, this is different. Never mind. Okay, I see what we're doing now. I think. So she just auto fires, I guess. Man, it's been a long time since I played one of these games, and I had different controls. Yeah, let's upgrade the current weapons. Cool. Black hole missile, sure. I see health. I do like my landmines. So this is a cute little mini game, and I like that they include multiple different ways to play. We're just gonna do one level, I think. Then we're gonna check out the rest of the game. Aha! Finally some speed. Oh wait, I'm already at level 10. Excuse me, I was... Wait, can I? I can! Oh! So I can just... Okay. So we can speed this up. Cool, I think. I'm gonna get myself killed doing this. Yeah, this is a neat little mini game. Okay, so my bullets are bigger. Cool. I think I'm probably gonna die very soon. So I can pause. Right, save and exit. Okay. Yeah, Vampire Survivor call. Hold up. Ooh! Figure that out later. Is this gonna start a whole other thing? No, it's just gonna be claimables. Cool. I'll take claimables. Claimables are good. Alright. Let's check this stuff out before we go. Alright, so that's a lot of money. And the ability to pick stuff. Special beginner stuff. Daily. Ooh, free. I'll take free. Weekly. I'll take free weeklies too. Take free monthlies as well. Ooh. I'll claim some gems. And then the rest you need to buy, of course. First tastes free, Sonny. That's pretty standard fare. Regular shop.
Saw teeth, entire buildings, you name it, I can make it for you and fast.
Okay, I'll take a free thing again.
Come again if you need anything.
Okay, so we got money. High quality. Molds. Welcome to the circus of values! Okay, body labels, which I have 20,000 of.
You can take your time, Commander.
Mileage, which I have nothing of. And the recycling shop, which I have nothing of. Okay, so I can only use these two.
Welcome to the Raise and Rebuild Workshop.
Okay, alright, kind of limit break. I'll figure out the equipment thing in a sec.
I'm stronger now, although that may spell trouble for me. Well, I'm an intellectual after all.
Well,
I can enjoy the battle a bit more.
flash sale, 2 hours. Yeah, the event is... Oh, I wanted to do more summons before I went to the event. I didn't think I'd start a new thing. All right. Dimly lit corner in the under arena. The under... What are these? Oh, boy. Here we go. Clay is doing a solo cheerleading routine on a small stage. The stage isn't in there, is it? Go, go, victory! Square ring situated at the center of the arena. Bam Bam. 2 Nikke's face off, trading punches and kicks. Okay, so we're not in there, I think. You can do it! Cheer up! There is. Oh, wait. Okay. If you've only got that little fight in you, you might as well quit. This game can't decide what wants to be. Yeah? Are you seriously falling down from that puny punch? Get up! Amongst the angry shouts and jeers from the crowd, Clay feels her heart rate start to increase. Everyone, if I could have your attention, please. Jeez, what a waste of time. Okay. I want my money back. Oh my god. What is this? Eventually, Clay plunks herself down onto the ground. I can't do it anymore. I guess I really can't do this whole empowering someone else thing all by myself after all. It's just way too hard for little old me. I don't know about little. Oh, now she looks pretty confident. What is this? You guys hear that? This is like I'm gonna turn it up a little bit. This is real anime. They put a lot of work into this. The game doesn't know what it wants to do, but they put a lot of work into it. So I assume we are right.
Have you got everything under control?
I'm always ready.
Combat is not my strong suit.
Really?
Ready to go. My turn? I suppose I'll have to finish this up.
I don't know. I think this is illegal fight gambling. We're gonna do one and see what happens. Okay, and we're back to store. All right, a few weeks prior. Bay, are you okay? Oh boy, here we go. What's wrong? Does it have to do with that fall you had during tumbling practice a while back? Or that other time you fell while doing the toss Cupid stunt? If there's a third fall. Or maybe when I tossed you up too high and caused you to bump into something. If that's not it, then... Clay, shush. You're in a hospital, so lower your voice. Oh, sorry. What is happening? Just worried about Bay, that's all. She's come here before to treat some minor injuries. But she's never been hospitalized like this. There's no need to make a big fuss about this, Clay. You have my attention. She has a little bit of crony in her design. I'm fine. Are you sure? Don't stare at me like that. I told you I'm fine. You're lying. Well, yeah, obviously, she's in the hospital. Can't tell. I can tell it's written all over your... Well, she's also in a hospital. So are these Nikkei or are these actual... well, okay, calling them actual people makes me feel bad now. Physically speaking, she's fine. We were able to swap out the parts. Okay, they're Nikkei. Right, giant gun, of course. However, this has been happening at an alarming rate recently. We've replaced her leg parts more than 20 times in the last month alone. And she's had her arms replaced 10 times. You're getting concerning. You had that many replacements? Yes, well above the rate which is considered normal. If you want our medical opinion, we believe this could pose a problem. Are these combat uniforms or what? So what's our game Bible? Go hard! No, what's our game about? Going hard! Or even go hard! I don't know what's happening. Replacement mind switch. We plan to keep her here for a while to rest while we run some tests on her. Once those are finished, if we don't see any problems, we'll have her discharged. No, we can't do that. I'm the squad leader. I can't be away for that long. Oh no, you don't, Bay. If you were to suffer a mind switch, it'd be irreversible. In Clay's case, yeah, I have questions about these combat uniforms, quote unquote. Could I possibly experience a mind switch because of this? As you can see, it's not a big deal, so don't overreact. I'm not overreacting. I know how these things go since I've seen it firsthand. Why did I pick a squad? Where? Bot chicks can do other activities too, don't have to... I know, but... I don't know. No, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I'm just clicking. I thought they were going to enter an arena or something. You have to take this seriously, Bay. If you're not careful, a mind switch could lead to you never being able to cheerlead again. That got her attention. She has very sharp teeth. That rewind is on the rise right now. We have so much work to do. I can't let this opportunity pass us by. We've seen the commercial with... Oh, crap, we did. You know, it's not possible. Let's just follow Pepper's advice for now. Now, what about the competition? All we know is could turn to a dance battle. I don't know. I really don't know. You just concentrate on resting and getting through those tests. What's with that look? Do you not think I can do it? No, it's nothing like that. I just feel bad, that's all. I feel like this is all my fault. Stop right there. You've broken the law! You know this isn't your fault. I don't want to hear another word like that from you. Anyway, you don't have to worry about anything for a while. So get some rest and focus on your recovery. In the meantime, I'll take care of Rewind. Got it? May. Please. Aren't you going to answer me? After avoiding Clay's gaze for as long as she can, Bay reluctantly nods her head. Okay. The day of the competition. Okay, just breathing. And... Alright. I know it's just me out there, but I've gotta go the extra mile for Bay. It's tough to win on skills alone, so I've gotta get the crowd pumped up as much as possible. Alright, let's do this. It's all gonna work out. 1, 2, alright. Rewind one more. You're up, get ready. Excuse me, just a moment. One of our members isn't able to participate due to health reasons, so I'll be performing alone. Sorry? Competition rules clearly state at least 2 members are required to participate. You can't go out there on your own. That can't be. Isn't there anyone who can substitute for her? No, there isn't. I'm very sorry, but your team will have to be disqualified. What should I do? I can contact Bay? No, I can't worry her with this. I'll just prepare extra hard for tomorrow's performance. That way I can make up for what happened today. The next day, Rewind's waiting room. Inhale, alright. Today is just a regular performance, so I don't have to worry about being disqualified. As long as I perform the way I rehearsed it last night and don't make any... Where's the under arena thingy that we were at? Only good things gonna happen from here on out. Good things. All going to work out. Alright then. 1, 2, 3. Rewind one more time. I don't understand what's happening. Clay shouts a chant to herself. She steps out the waiting room with a look of determination. I'm not cheering. You can do it. Cheer up. Now raise your hands and do the wave with me. On your own? Starting from the left. Whoosh. Hey, where's Oh no, I came to see her tumbling. Did something happen? Clay seemed less energetic than usual too. Oh. Yeah, this is starting to get a little depressing again. Go, let's win this. Keep it going. Clay runs around the stage trying to elicit a response from the crowd. But this is met with lukewarm... How is she the one that they're all like, nah, we don't want to see her. We want to see the other girl. I missed the beat. I'll start from the beginning. Oh no. Normally, spectators would laugh off Clay's mistake as a cute mishap, but today their response is ice cold. What is happening?
Position okay. Starting right away.
Hold on.
One moment. I'll be right back.
How did we get from cheerleading to this?
Once again,
Behold my true power.
Now you'll see why they call me the Queen of Snow.
Ciao! Let's get this party started!
I don't know what's happening in this game right now.
Reload. Out of ammo.
We were doing cheerleader things and personal health drama. And now we're shooting at stuff again.
There's no need to be afraid. This is good for you.
Well, I'm really afraid now.
Fire straight ahead. Together.
Now you'll see why they call me the Queen of Snow.
I don't understand how we got...
This battle's finished. Moving on.
Having finished my paperwork early, I lie down on the sofa. What is happening? Maybe I'll take a nap. And my phone goes off. My phone vibrates. I'll check it after I wake up. I'm the coach now? I haven't even met these girls yet. That's why I'm reading coach. What is it? First of all, I want to apologize. I really should be telling you this in person. It's not really feasible here. What's going on? Could you help me take care of Rewind for a few days? Scratch that. It's Clay, to be precise. Something wrong? Yes, I'm tied with personal matters. Have got me temporary sidelined, and Clay is trying to lead the team on her own. Seems she's having a rough go of it. And the reception from the fans isn't all that great. Whenever I call her, she says everything is okay and insists I have nothing to worry about. How can I not? What I'm really worried about. Write in full paragraphs, please. Is it Clay? Maybe push yourself too hard. All right, don't worry about it. I'll handle it. You will. Thank you. Where's Clay now? Cheerleading event going on today. Where I find her? Next exact time, location. Treating you a meal sometime. Okay, I guess I just got a dinner date. Bay is taking what was supposed to be a joke seriously, but I can't bring myself to tell. Nope. Just ask for something reasonable. Sounds good. I'll get in touch with you. Thank you so much. I think there's just little alt stories of just shooting rounds in between. I don't know anymore. I don't know what this game is. Answer, basically need to send over the details for today's event, so I guess I'll just have to wait. While waiting, look up news stories. Team Rewind on the brink of disbanding. Have the rumors of Discord finally brought Team Rewind down for good. Internet is filled with provocative and negative articles. Well, they're journalists. What do you want from them? It's always bad. Heard Rewind got disqualified from a tournament. Been a Rewind fan for a long time, way before the news about the internal fights came out. Disqualified, I'm shocked. It doesn't make any sense. Their routine was a total mess. What a joke. Without Bay, all you got is Clay with her 2 left feet. Is that really how it all ends? Oh, come on. Everyone likes the... Online rumors are flooded with torrents of negative posts and comments. Check phone. Schedule. Spots from Clay. Perhaps I should pay her a visit. Okay, we're just gonna back out. I thought this was going to be a fight thing, not a cheerleading thing. I don't know what's going on. I'm so confused. Alright, we're gonna do some summons, and then I think that's gonna be it for tonight. Assuming I have summons. I do have summons. Haha. Cannot do... It looks like. Do I have... Okay, I don't have 10, so I could do this. Once a day I can get a discount? Sure, let's do the discount. This is a neat sequence compared to many others.
This shot will make
Oh,
you
come
strong.
on. Leave me alone. Okay, don't have any. Don't have any. So we gotta use this. And it looks like all we're gonna get is a 10 pole.
Hello, this is the electronic integration system of the central government.
All we're gonna get is the 10 pole. Okay.
Soldier EG at your service.
Ooh. Someone who actually looks like a soldier.
Is Valorta around here?
And then we're right back to this. That is a nice looking... That's not a javelin. What is it?
Ah, right. I promised to meet with my new teacher today.
Should you be out in combat?
Please. This shot will make you
Come on.
stronger.
Come on.
Ah, right. I promised to meet with my new teacher today.
The one who wants to do
Mass
experiments on me and the one that's
but I
just
will do
creepy.
my best.
Nice to meet you.
Ah, right. I promised to meet with my new teacher today. This shot will make you stronger.
Are you... Feeling when the anime puts the first manga arc into the first episode and nothing makes sense? That's not a bad comparison. Alright, I got 10 more golden tickets. Don't know what I'm doing with... Okay! So, I really can't do any other summons. I only got... Well, I could do 6, but I like to do 10 pulls because they tend to have better odds. And this is paid only. And that's hearts, which I don't have any of. I don't know what I'm doing with the golden ticket. Please.
Are you looking for something? Let me help you.
I guess I... Oh, I get... Here, we buy with the golden tickets. Got ya. I have 10 and I need 200 to get clay. Right. Okay, so this is a wild game that went nowhere that I thought it was gonna go, and everywhere I didn't think it was gonna go. This has been something else. It's certainly been quite fan servicey, but it has somehow been more and less fan servicey than I thought it was going to be. And I don't really know how that happens. Honestly, F2 doesn't really care if we get back to this game or not. I thought with the few clips I've seen of this game that it would just be like constant high octane. In several places, no one would. Yeah, I thought with the reputation this game has kind of had in the VTuber space, that would be like super high octane fan service all the time, and it's mostly just the cheerleaders. I thought it'd be a decent reward game for like, all right, we're really gonna watch nonsense here. I don't know if we succeeded or not. There's certainly more content in this game than I thought it was going to have. I gotta give it credit for that, and I do like some of the character designs and setups and stuff, though some of it's just like, what's happening here? Most of this game is what's happening here. I'm mostly just confused. Maybe I'll poke this game a little bit more off stream to try to figure out what's going on. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'll actually go and watch some of the actual streams instead of just 2 minutes of Numi drooling over the different characters. Don't forget, chest before you go. I wouldn't say failed. I'd say barely passing. I don't know. I will open the chest though, yes. Hi, Blue Fox. Right, there goes the audio. Just say it's a C minus. Oh boy. Oh boy. We're not gonna give this. Good morning, Blue Fox. You came in just as we're ending. I'm very confused because this game was not what I thought it was gonna be. I picked up this game thinking it's gonna be nothing but gotcha fan service, and it just wasn't. It had fan service, it had gotcha, but it had a lot of other stuff and no idea what's going on. So for now, however, we're opening the chest for the 11 peoples for D-Live. I don't have any other announcements. I'm not gonna get into the third thing I thought I might get into at the end here. I will thank you all for watching. I will try to do better next time we meet these bars. I will plan ahead of time. I will be here next weekend. Afterwards, I go on break. So, with that said, opening the treasure chest for D-Live, hitting distribute rewards. Best of luck, everyone. I hope I have no control over who gets what. This just goes out to you. And oh no. Oh, no. Rippy. Up to is sad and not going away feeling, yeah. The true wife. We did not get a replacement waifu, did we? Well, up to you are at least the winner, followed by Rippy, followed by Blue Kitty. Congratulations. Yeah. You've reminded me of the last waifu, and now I am also sad again. We did not get it. I thought we'd get a little more variety in the pulls. No one to declare the new waifu. I'm sad. Alright, I have nothing else to add, I think. I think that's as good as we're gonna get. Thank you all for watching. Congrats to the winners again. Yeah, I will see y'all 10 p.m. Eastern time on Friday. Be safe. Have a good week. Enjoy your holiday, those of you who have it. And I will see you next time.
Body stats check. All clear. Ready to deploy. Commander, you don't have any orders to give?